What the heck is going on here? There's that. Okay, so now they can hear me. Now what the heck happened with desktop audio? Because that should be going
You
too.
have it separated out? Just throw in Discord audio.
There we go. No, I don't have it separated out, but it should have been playing. Okay. There we go. Alright. So yes, no one heard any of that because apparently all my desktop audio got fucked because of the new headphones.
Alright, from the top.
Alright, from the top. So, hello. Let's go and begin with, Koji.
Oh, God. For you, that's Escher in any sort of way. I'm always confident, I'm always a star, yet here I come from far. Ye degenerate.
Alright, Claire.
Hello, excited to be here. I'm gonna be playing Anastasia.
Alrighty. And now let's go to Raven. Back to Raven. Ha.
We're back. We're here for the dinner party. We're gonna turn up. And maybe not die. Or maybe die. Who knows?
Oh, you probably won't die. You probably won't.
Yeah, that fills us
Probably
with
won't.
confidence.
Yeah.
Yes. So,
Not
Dingle,
indeed.
how are you
Hey.
doing?
I'm alright.
Anything else?
Nope.
Alright. Pilla!
Hello, yes, greetings. I am Pillabird, your favorite government Tamagotchi. I'm excited for what we're all about to do.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and she said yes to the dress.
She did say yes to the dress.
Let's
Like,
go.
yeah.
Alrighty, and last but not least, Floki.
Hello, after that. Beaming excitement. I'm doing pretty good. Ready
Awesome.
to go.
Alright. So last time we left our heroes, they went shopping and got prepared for our lovely dinner party. And yes, let's go and continue off from there. We had a good dramatic moment of Kiera and Dingle after some dark entity fuckery. So, where would you guys like to go and start? Who wants to begin? On any recaps that I have missed on this part. Anything? Or we
I
can
mean,
just...
we're just gonna ignore the fact that Raven went to the windmill.
Oh, yes. Raven walked all the way to the windmill to get a pie, and walked all the way back.
One pie. They didn't buy multiple, just one
Hey.
pie.
Just one pie.
pie.
He only
If I-
needs
if
just
I-
one.
Yeah, I just need one. If I bought multiple, I'm not gonna eat them all, and all you're gonna find out. And then I'll be in more trouble. I always go back for more. And it's gonna happen. If I don't die.
This is very true. Alright, so, let's go and continue on. You're all back at the Blue Water Inn. It's about midday, after lunch. You guys got your dress and suits. What do you guys want to do now?
Hmm. I'm trying to remember exactly where I left off, like last session. My notes don't actually have it in here.
We left off with, we were like heading back to the Blue Water Inn, and we just got the dresses and suits.
No. That was after the two of them were outside, though, wasn't it?
I thought it was
Check.
before. Or no, that was after, yeah. But
Yeah,
wait,
yeah.
I thought that after came. I thought they were outside, then went and got the suit and dress.
No. We went and got the suit and dress, and then we came back to the Blue Water Inn, and that was when the boys started doing the whispery thing. I had Kyria go outside. She went outside by herself, and you had Brentford go after her.
Mm-hmm. And he
And
had that
we
very
just-
heartfelt moment.
And we just came back in, and that was where it ended at.
Yep.
Okay. I remember where I was. I had to like mentally go through it. Okay.
Alrighty. So, for everyone in the Blue Water Inn, you see a Kira, were you crying? I don't remember.
No.
No, she didn't cry. She just got really upset.
Okay.
Like she got super pale, but that was the first time that she saw the thing in the mirror, and then she got kind of pale and like a little shaky, and went outside to go get air. So she probably looks like she's doing a lot better right now, actually.
Okay. All right. So you
Yeah.
see a relatively relieved Kiera and a Dingle walking. Excuse me, and Brantford
Say,
walking.
not exist in this world.
This is true. This is true. And and Brantford walking back into the to the inn. Uh, Irina looks up at Kiera and says, "Are you okay? You just ran out all of a sudden."
Kiria is probably going to take a moment, kind of like glance over to Frankfurt for a second before looking back at Irina and then just nodding a couple times and going, "I'm okay now."
Okay. And she nods and says, and says nothing else, and looks to the rest of you.
So, what's the plan? We don't have much time left until our RSVP.
I know I'm not fully taking the guy at his word,
As to be expected.
but I don't know. There's not much else we can do, but just see how it plays out.
Of course.
Irina will pop up and say, "It did take us a couple hours to get there, walking anyway. If we don't have transport, we might want to consider going sooner rather than later."
Lords know we shouldn't be walking out at night.
Shall we begin then?
Yeah.
Does anyone else have any objections?
Irina will go and
Notably
say,
looking at Raven and Kyria.
"Okay."
Kiria's just gonna shake her head and go, "Nope. Ready to go when you are."
Raven shrugs his shoulders. I'm good to go.
Okay. Irina will go and say, "Let me go get my things," and will wrong one. There we go. Here we go. And we'll run out to go back up to the room. And grab her stuff.
I think, at that, Branford's just gonna step outside and wait for everybody else.
Okay.
Arlen come outside of Brantford. Adjusting his sleeves for obvious reasons. The DM knows.
All right. A couple of minutes go by, and Irina comes back downstairs, and runs out to the courtyard, and sees Dingle, or excuse me, sees
Who?
Branford. Yes.
Who is Dingle?
Are you going to sin?
Whose phone?
Whose face? I don't know. But yes, goes to towards Brentford. All right, I'm ready to go now. And looks to the Blue Water Inn to see where the rest of them are. I can go and move you guys to the world page if you
I
guys
think you
want.
can assume that we're all.
All right, we're gonna go and move everybody.
Yeah, sorry.
Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. All right, now let me go and adjust this map because it's huge.
Someone was DMing me.
There we
Lucky.
go.
Distracted. Looking for something.
Oh my god. Alrighty.
I have the attention span of a golden retriever in a yard full of squirrels.
Yes, yes. Bark, bark, bark. Now let's go and get everyone's attention back at Valaki
World
in
map.
the old Salvage Road.
I have to zoom super far out just to find
That's
it.
pronounced Zvalik.
Zvalek. Alright. The Zvalek Road.
Look, just for that, I'm gonna call it Ball Lick.
Do it.
All
I
right, so
didn't name the
we
place.
are leaving Ball Lick, everybody.
Balaki.
Oh, Lord.
Ballaki. British. Okay.
Jesus.
Alright,
Alrighty.
I'm good now. I'm good. I got it out
Alright.
of my system.
Alright. Alright, we got it. Okay.
Hydrate.
Oh, hydrating me? You're drowning me now? Okay.
No, I redeemed one hydrate because I hydrated.
Okay, okay. Alright. Okay. Alrighty,
And I
so
assume
let's see.
we
here.
go.
Yes. You guys should have access to moving that token, I think. If not, I'll make sure you guys do. Yep. Cool.
At least I do.
Everyone should have access to that token.
Now we're all gonna fight over it.
One person.
Mom said it's my turn on the token.
So you guys go
Done
down.
it.
How do you say it again, Bradford?
Zvalik.
Zvalek. So you guys go down the old Zvalek Road with its twists and turns and surrounded by woods. During this time frame, nothing seems to happen to you guys. The woods seem clear. Everything just seems to go and be quite normal. Just a cloudy day on the road.
So I know we're all erring on the side of caution, correct? We all don't want to go.
He's just gonna raise one hand and be like, absolutely do not want to go. I don't know the first thing about dining with a lord.
To
Just
be
gonna
honest, it's not that all that important.
Really?
No.
Truly?
As someone who has lived in high society, it's all completely silly. And fake and made up.
Oh.
But however, I believe being polite is the least of our worries. Especially with what we've heard of the Lord.
We were specifically paid to keep her away from
Is
the
well.
Lord.
Now
And
we're
here we
just-
are, marching her up there on a silver platter. Not literally, but might as well be. Hey,
Yes, just in a pretty dress. But anyway, so you guys are continuing to march down this way, and you start seeing the old windmill up in view. The the windmill turns ever so slowly with small hits of wind, gusts of wind. Even though it's in its dilapidated state, it seems to move ever so slightly, creaking. Though you may not hear it.
What with all of this being mildly concerning for all of us, perhaps what with what we know, in case something goes awry, we might want some sort of signal, perhaps, to alert the others in case something does go awry.
How about, oh God, we're all gonna die?
Perhaps something not so vocal, and that lets off the unwanted parties knowing.
Or-
Kyria places her hand on her chin in thought as she walks along. See, I just planned on calling you my lord because you wouldn't have really expected that coming from me. You would have known something was up.
That is true. Not exactly a bad idea.
As you get closer to the windmill, the smell of baked goods, meats, and other things permeate the air around the windmill. They're cooking right now.
This is going to prompt Kyria to remember something.
Yes, go ahead.
She's gonna reach over for Branford's sleeve and kind of tug at it.
Yes.
So you know those things you have in your pocket, Branford?
He reaches in and takes like one of them out.
Yeah, you need to get rid of them. They're not good anymore.
Oh,
I mean, they're not spoiled. They're just not magic.
Oh.
They're regular now.
Mm.
Look, it only lasts for a day. If I could make it last longer, I would.
of course, of course. And he just shovels them out of his pocket. Just drops them on the ground.
Kyria's gonna look to the other party members and go, right, so those berries I gave you? They're normal berries now. They're not magical anymore.
Oh. Do you want them back?
You could just throw them on the ground. I'm sure a bird will eat them.
He does just that.
Raven toss him behind him. Like, boink.
You see, ironically enough, Raven,
Oh,
a
God.
raven fly down and start pecking at those berries.
Beautiful nature. That's out of character. That's out of character.
It goes caw caw.
But as I was saying previous, perhaps, like I said, a non-vocal signal in case any of us are not able to convey it. Something simple, maybe. Whenever my family was at a get-together that seemed uneventful or quite drab, usually one of us would tap twice on the table to signify that now might be a good time to leave.
Yes. Put tap on the table.
A tap on the table should work.
3 taps.
Especially,
That way it's not confusing.
of course. Especially for, and he directs this at Irina, you, Miss Coliana. If anything seems off, please alert us.
Yes, I will.
And Branford nods.
Okay. So you guys continue walking onward, and you find. Give me 1 second here. You find a set of gates. The fog spills out from the forest to swallow up the road behind you. Oh wait, no. These are you find some gates. These are old on both sides of the road, and are high stone buttresses in looming in the gray fog, dancing around. There's a huge iron gates that hang on the stonework, and dew clings with cold intensity to the rusted bars. And on either side are 2 headless statues of armed guardians that flank the gate. Their heads lie among the weeds at their feet and greet you silently.
How welcoming.
That kind of puts Harlan even more on edge than he was. I know, it's possible, but it happened.
All right. And so you're back to that crossroad. To the south, it will take you back to the village of Barovia and Sia Pool. And to the east lies the castle. Ravenloft. Now, which way would you guys like to go?
Definitely don't want to go towards Ravenloft, but we don't have a choice.
Don't you know, you always have a choice.
just gonna turn and head that way. He's kind of in defeat.
All right. And so you guys march towards the castle. You can safely assume you can reach the castle without any incident.
No, we're gonna draw this out as long as possible.
Okay.
Yes. 9 hours. Go 5 squares. Let's go.
All right.
Before Mr. Penguin just drags us there.
Yep.
Like,
You suddenly appeared at the castle. I don't know what happened.
all right, enough
Yep.
of your shit.
Yes, enough of your dumb. Enough of your crap. All right, let me find the right image here. Because this is the only real problem I have with the Ravenloft maps. Is they're just
Yeah, the
very
Ravenloft maps are terrible.
yeah, they're terrible.
Why they did it like that, I'll never know.
Yeah, I know. Finding the right map is so hard.
I'm pretty sure someone did make a 2D version of.
There we
Right.
are. There is. I have it.
Nice.
Yes, this is it. Okay, so you guys. It's just like they don't really have one that's of it on the outside of the courtyard, which is fine. So give me one.
Who needs a courtyard?
Yeah, who needs the courtyard? All right. So you guys make it towards the front courtyard, and I will move you guys over to this map really quick. Give me 1 second. And oops, let me turn on. There we go. Okay, so I'm going to move you guys over, and I will go and reveal a bunch of stuff. Boop, boop, boop. There you go. And
What?
you can drop your tokens. So thick cold fog swirls in this courtyard. Sporadic flashes of lightning lance the weeping clouds overhead as thunder shakes from the ground. Though the drizzle, you see torch flames flutter on each side of the keep's open main doors. Warm light spills out from the entrance, flooding the courtyard. High above the entrance is a round window with shards of broken glass lodged in its iron flame. And
It's not letting me drop my token.
I will fix that. Bloop. There you go. Whoops. Whoop. There you go. You have to go and touch your name instead of like the 3 bars over your character portrait. And at the front gates, you see. Oops. And at the front gates, you see. Anastasia, as well as a woman and a man. I think I grabbed the right ones. Yes, I did. sitting at the front entranceway. Clyer and Koji, I'll let you take it away.
Greetings, esteemed guests. Unfortunately, I believe our dear beloved Strahd is currently busy at the moment. But I believe that we can be able to at least accommodate you towards more comfortable suiting.
We have been waiting patiently for your arrival. I do hope the travel was safe.
Quite.
Safe as it could be. Travel's not over yet, though.
Splendid.
Absolutely fantastic. So, we shall go ahead and lead the way. Please do be mindful and keep up.
Don't wander away too far now.
See Arlen get very, anxious as he walks up to the doors and looks back to anyone behind him as if this is the point of no return. Following through.
Oh yes, I forgot certain somebody. Give me 1 second. Boop. There we go.
Sir, I still can't move my token.
Oh no. Oh no. Here, let
Well,
me fix
I'm
it.
in
I guess
baby
Kira's staying
jail.
outside.
LOL.
Here.
No
Let me
straddling
fix it.
now.
Let me fix it. Here you go.
Kira
Save.
doesn't need dinner.
Yes. Thank you.
And
Moved.
for the sake of my sanity, let's see here. Let me see who I can change. I think I need to go over here. Right now. Why
Also, if you
is-
guys don't mind letting me know if my mic ever peaks, because sometimes it like to do that.
Sound good so far.
Thank you.
Mhm.
I know that sounds wonderful.
At least on
This,
our
this,
side.
this is a good time for all of this because you've got 2 ads running right now.
Ah, yes, yes. This is a great time. All right.
I got you, fam.
Thank you.
Yeah, I got twist. Yeah, it's a good thing because I got twist turbo, so I don't know when ads pop up or not.
All right. So let's see here. I was trying to go and actually assign somebody the ability to go and use to move Irina around, but it doesn't appear to let me do that for whatever reason.
You
Roll
were
20,
you were
B, roll
forever
20.
cursed.
Yes, I am forever cursed.
Oh, God.
So let's see here. Yeah. Okay, well. If it does, it does. Oh well. Alright, so we'll just deal with that. Alright. So you guys enter into the the ornate outer doors of the castle hang open, flanked by fluttering torches in the sconce. 20 feet inside the castle, there is a second set of doors. And as Escher and Anastasia walk towards the doors, they open automatically, and inside you can hear the sound of organ music. Dee-dee, dee-dee-dee-dee.
I know. Oh, trust me, I know sometimes it's a little bit tacky, but he's only warming up.
He always did have a strange taste in music, that one.
So,
And what you can see is on the ceiling of the room that Branford and Kiara are in are four dragons looking downward. These are stone statues. And now that you are in
This room?
the room that they were just in. Let's go with this one, I think, is a better choice. No. There we go. I guess we'll just keep this one.
Sound
Alright.
like battle music.
Yeah, that was sounded like battle music. Right. So, as you go into this one, cobwebs stretch between the columns that support the vaulted ceiling of this great, dusty hall, dimly lit by sputtering torches and iron sconces. The torches cast odd shadows across the faces of 8 stone gargoyles squatting motionlessly on the rim of a domed ceiling. Cracked and faded ceiling frescoes are covered by decay. Double doors of bronze stand closed to the east, and to the north, a wide staircase climbs into darkness. A lit hallway to the south contains another set of bronze doors, through which you hear sad, majestic organ tones.
Do not get lost now. Follow us.
You guys would want to go up the stairs.
Right here.
Can do
Yes,
that.
God, we must go upstairs.
We totally know where we're going.
Yes,
Lived
yes.
there all their lives.
Even
Yeah.
the people within the castle don't know its layout.
I
It's a
mean,
big
going
castle.
through the layout is, to be fair, really, really, really hard. So over
Now
here,
watch your
the massive stairs rise to the landing 20 feet by 40 feet long. Stone arches support a ceiling covered with frescoes 20 feet overhead. And those frescoes depict armored knights on horsebacks. Their finer features faded beyond recognition.
Arlen looks back at Bradford.
watch your steps now.
Brentford just sighs.
Yes.
Stairs, am I right?
I don't want to hear it from you.
Hmm.
Right.
Do we have any way to accommodate for the Lord? Lord Brantford?
I'll be fine. I just need a moment.
Perhaps some entertainment.
Alright. So where you guys are taking them is to the guest chambers near the top of at the top of the castle.
You'll notice that Arlen is constantly keeping at least 2 swords lengths away from them.
Social distancing.
Yes.
I don't want to
social
catch the
distancing.
steel.
Alright. Give me
We're-
1 second. Here we are.
Oh, you can come even closer there, darling. You're not gonna catch anything from me.
Good, thank you.
Alrighty.
I do prefer that we keep a bit of space.
Alright.
Even though you, Escher, are willing to get very close to the commoner riffraff, even though guess that they may be, they need to not get too close.
social dealings there, sister. Always put on a bright face for those who are lower before you.
I understand.
Copy. And now I'm going to go and transfer everyone to the next part of the map. As we go like that, and then give me 1 second here to get everything squared away here. Do save it, and we'll go do that. Boop. Oh. All right. Boop, 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 boop. And there we go. Revealed, and now I'll go and transfer everyone over to the next map. There's a lot of maps.
My God.
Yes, there are lots and lots of maps.
Honestly, I don't know how you go through them all. I would get lost just trying to find the right one.
Oh, I've had to go and read this a lot. Like, you don't understand. I've had to read this map over and over and over again. A lot. To go and find out where things are.
Oh, with
Right.
the last. Oh, I was just gonna say with the last comment where Escher told Anastasia to smile. She turns back to the party and just gives a obviously forced smile.
All right. So you see that this is the audience chamber, and there's a throne sitting there, empty.
Hmm.
And I'm going to be revealing some more pathway here. And this will go and be your guys' path.
Neat.
Yep. I figured that this would be an easier way to go about it.
Hmm.
Yes.
I don't know. I don't know if it's meant to be like this or not, but on the stream it looks like it's still covered.
Oh.
Unless it's like just.
It needs to go and get updated. Give me 1 second. I've been revealing a bunch of areas.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the problem with me having only one monitor.
Ah.
I feel your pain there too, because I currently only have one. I'm crying.
Right, so now let's see here. Okay, cool.
Oh yes. DM, is this highly illuminated,
Let's see here. Give me
or
1
is it a
second.
little bit dark?
Between these doors, a 10-foot corridor stretches to the north and south. At the each of end, a floating in the darkness is a. It's dark. Yes, it is actually dark in this area here.
Well, Escher will
Or
produce a
dark over
candelabra.
here. Yeah, it's dark over here, and then in this one here, yeah, it's also dark. It has a dark vaulted ceiling draped with cobwebs. A lone moon seems to travel the length of the corridor as it rises and follows, intoning sadness and despair.
Ah, yes. A little bit glum. I suppose that we should be able, for those who cannot see in the dark, to be able to, well, shine some light on the subject. As Escher will produce a candelabra and pretty much ignite the candles.
Okay.
Oh, no need. And Brentford casts dancing lights.
Oh, fanciful.
Oh.
It's a simple cantrip.
I
Of
was gonna look
course.
around. Like, I've seen cleaner taverns in peace size.
Anastasia, at seeing the cantrip being cast, her eyes will light up, almost as if like it's caught her attention. Oh, a magician, a wizard. I was not expecting one of the magical arts to be joining today.
Been quite some time, hasn't it?
I suppose you can say I might be a bit interested. You see, Lord Branford, I am also magically inclined as well. We should find some time to talk.
Perhaps we might.
But before you have your fun, at least allow me to have a little bit of solace with the rest of these desirables.
Hmm. Of course. And I guess we'll keep leading them down the way where we are to lead them.
Yep.
Sure is actually kind of stop and look behind him, witnessing that they're lagging behind.
Yes, I know.
Australia will just keep going.
I think it can be assumed that we're following just
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just revealing a thing so I don't have to do it later.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder what this is for.
You'll find out soon enough. So as you guys go through and march down the stairs, or actually, you guys go to enter into this upper area. You notice that what's down here is what looks to go and be the remnants of a church.
And that's to the. Oh, sorry.
No, I'm just pretty much
Or of a chapel here.
hunting.
So as you guys are at the upper in the balcony area of this chapel, you see destroyed many rotted, broken, or just frankly destroyed benches and pews all over. A sculpted stone railing encloses this long balcony, which overlooks Ravenloft's chapel. Two ornate thrones stand on either side by side in the center of the balcony, covered with dust, strung with cobwebs. The thrones face away from the double doors that give access to the balcony.
I guess walking past this, Anastasia wouldn't be even paying mind to the rabble below. She would just continue leading the party where they need to go.
Okay. So you guys go back.
Mm.
Give me 1 second to move you guys over from this way. Burp, 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 burp.
Up the stairs, going down the stairs, going stairs,
Up the
going,
stairs, down the stairs, up the stairs, down the stairs. There we go.
going up the sideways stairs.
out of character, I'm actually really curious. This area. Why is destroyed? Why not fixed?
Oh, if you really want to know, you should go and read Strahd. You'll
Ice Strahd,
understand everything.
Memoirs of a Vampire.
Is literally so good. You can even get it on Audible if you aren't or don't have the time to sit down and read.
Yeah, if you're not lucky to have Dingle read it to you like me.
Okay, so I just revealed all of that to you guys, so there you go.
Neat.
As I bring you back downstairs because I'm a freaking moron and didn't read the map right.
That's fair.
That's
Like
fine.
there's a nice long corridor right here that we could have went through.
Exactly.
We can just take the roundabout way. Don't worry about it.
Don't worry
We'll
about
be
it. We
around.
just showed you around the castle.
Yeah,
It's the
sure.
scenic route. Scenic.
Yes. Just take you around the castle. No big deal. Dim colored
Ravenloft,
light.
Infinitely a tourist trap.
It is indeed a tourist trap. Dim colored light filters through tall, broken, and boarded up windows of stained glass, illuminating the ancient chapel of Ravenloft. A few bats flutter about near the top of the 90-foot tall domed ceiling. A balcony runs the length of the west wall, 50 feet above the floor. In the center of the balcony, two dark shapes are slumped in chairs. Benches coated with centuries of dust lie about jumbled in disarray. Beyond dust debris, lit by a piercing shaft of light, an altar stands on top of a stone platform. The sides of the altar are carved with bas reliefs of angelic figures, entwined with grapevines. And the light from above falls directly on a silver statuette. A cloaked figure is draped over the altar. A black mace lies on the floor near its feet. So yeah, you guys can go and move your characters around. Give me a second to go and do some revealing for where you guys need to go next. Boop.
Okie doke.
Please, by all means, go ahead. Please soothe your curiosity. If you wish to be able at least in the chapel for a while.
There you go.
On entering the chapel, Raven just has a look of disgust. And yeah,
Can Arlen discern the religion this chapel wants housed?
You could probably discern that the god here was. God dang it! What was the name of the faith in that one? Was it the Morning Lord?
Yes,
Dingle?
the Morning Lord.
Yeah, it was the Morning Lord.
Lathander.
Lathander, yes. Yeah, basically everything is Lathander here.
All Lathander all the time.
Yep. It's kind of like they have a whole entire thing about light in the darkness.
Probably nothing.
Probably nothing.
Wild.
So yes.
Let's take a closer look at the cloaked figure.
You see that it's a slumped corpse that looks like it's praying at the altar.
It's in a note in the line before he moves off.
The ruins here are a bit tacky.
Oh, but yet the aesthetic is so pleasing in some way, almost like a tragic story applied here, which actually gives me a
The rest of the area, I can agree.
Would you all mind entertaining a thought? At least for me.
Depends.
You see, I've been working on a few things, and haven't been able to yet find a suitable, roundabout people such as yourselves that could definitely be able to help me in this particular endeavor. Let's say theatrical performance, per se. And I even have the scripts all prepped and ready for you, right here.
The audience says, "Don't look at me. I'm not that kind of bard."
Oh, you don't need to be a bard in order to be able to amass your physique and extravagance. In fact, that's
to extravagance.
as a matter of fact, I think that you'd be a fitting role for a particular brother.
The thought is quite entertaining. But if they are not interested, we can't do anything about it.
That would be a shame. For all, it would actually benefit, I believe, them as well.
Just fall silent at that.
All right.
No
Oh,
takers. Oh well.
Come this way. And we will descend or ascend the stairs. Are we descending?
Yep.
We
Yep.
ascend.
So you guys are going to go and ascend some stairs. And it will go and take you back as I go and move you guys to where things are previously. Boop. Let me
I
just
know
go
why
in.
we took the long way around
Mm.
to torture.
We had a chance for a musical, but you turned it down.
to torture Bradford on all the stairs.
I mean, it wouldn't be such torment if you would just, I mean, if you really want, I can always be able to have somebody carry you up.
Nope.
Very well then.
Okay. So you guys.
Puffs at the notion.
Alright, so give me 1 second to go and copy paste you guys again to this map.
Happy pasty.
Boop. Yep, all the copy pastas. All the copy pastas.
Heckin' jeez.
Yep. And just to go and save myself some sanity, I will copy pasta here as well. Okay, and we're gonna go and just move you over there, you over there. Okay. Okay. That works. So, you guys go and move up the stairs, and up some more stairs. Until you guys reach here where Escher stops.
Oh.
Escher goes back. Go back over here.
Oh.
And you go, yeah, it's fine. Just find a place.
I mean,
there
wherever
we
you
go.
desire me to go.
Yep, there you go. So you push on a brick that no one else would ever really know about if they did not look, and open up a hidden pathway to a small little room right here.
Come, follow me.
This is a very smelly closet. It reeks of mildew and has a 10-foot high ceiling. Iron hooks line the walls, and a dusty black cloak hangs on one hook in the center of the south wall. And then, as you open up this door, these are the guest rooms. The guest room.
Go
Answer.
ahead and. Sorry, I didn't hear your question.
I heard Clyre pike up. So what's up?
Oh, sorry. I was just gonna say Anastasia will just wait on the outside and motion for the rest of the party to go in and follow.
A large bed sits in the center of this room, its four corner posts supporting a black canopy trimmed with gold tassels. Several comfortable divans are placed about the room. There is a banded door on the west wall, and a smaller unbanded door in the east wall.
Please do sit nice and cozy here, and we'll be sure to be able to send for you once dinner is ready. If there's any sort of refreshments that you'd like, I'm certain all you need to do is, well, call. If there's any other pleasantries that you would like to obtain, do not hesitate to ask. I'll be more than happy to accommodate.
I believe we'll be fine for the moment, Esser, but if we do need something, I'll let you know.
Most excellent.
Absolutely splendid. And I've always looked forward towards your call.
Right. Thank you.
Map needs to go and get updated. Boop doop. So yes, you guys are more than welcome to go and get yourself dressed and changed for your dinner party stuff.
Yes, I will leave. Goodbye. Into
Okay.
shadows.
Yes, into the shadows.
Hey, where's Arena?
That's a very good question. I think she did not get copy pasted right. So
Dun
I'll fix
dun
that.
dun.
Lost forever. We failed our mission.
Yes.
We'll get him next time.
Jesus Christ, she's huge.
Holy!
You're big.
Massive.
All right,
grid
that's not
is rather
supposed to be.
large.
Yeah, the grid is huge for whatever reason that is. You guys are tiny in comparison for that, so I'll have to fix it in a little bit.
Feel intimidated.
Right now is not that time, but I will fix it. But there is your Irina. All right. So, what do you guys want to do? Irina just looks wearily and says, I could get lost here.
I think we all could.
What was that chapel? And I didn't even know there was a secret door there. So many mysteries. And this place gives me the creeps.
You see Arlen kind of shift his wrists and shift himself, trying to get himself to calm down a little bit.
If there's one secret passage, there might be others. So keep a watchful eye.
Yes. There could be.
Also, be wary what you say. Who knows who's listening? Says his eyes kind of darting around.
So Irina looks at the boys and says, I'm very sorry, but could you, I don't know, go into another room?
Renfrew just looks at the closet.
There is a door over here.
On the other side?
Yep.
Or do
Right,
you want
of
to take
course.
that door? I'll take this. We'll keep watch.
And Irina just continues to look at it. Okay. Cool beans. So, yeah. Do you guys go and change into your spiffy outfits? Those who have spiffy outfits?
I'm always wearing mine.
I know you are.
Who's gonna change? I gotta look nice.
Yes. Okay. So you guys go and get changed. Irina is in a very traditional 18th century aristocratic fashion. And Kira, you're in your dress. Should you change?
Oh, yeah, she'll kind of wait until Kiria's gonna wait until Irina's done changing, and then just kind of like wait for her to either turn away or like leave the room
Okay.
before changing.
Ah.
She's a very private girl.
Okay. And after you, uh, after she gets all of her outfit on and whatever assistance she needs to go and tie up the corset or whatnot, she goes and enters this room. Guys, Irina looks quite ravishing in her outfit. So ravishing, I don't have a picture of it.
Imagination.
Imagination, yes. So yes, Kira, the room is yours.
Hello. She can take her armor off and then slip into her dress,
Yes.
which means her usual cape thing that she keeps her wings tucked under is no longer on. How nice.
Yep. Okay. And once you're finished changing,
When she's finished changing, she's gonna knock on that door and let Arlen know that the girls are done. Or open it, depending on how far away from the door he is.
right. So yes, let's see here. Escher.
Um,
Yes, Clay.
I was just gonna say, I think Floki said he'd be right back.
Okay. That's fine. So what we're going to do then instead is give me a second to go and something. Okay. So now, Escher, you and Anastasia return, and I'll go and grab you. Don't worry. There you go. And you guys knock on the accommodations. Raven, the door is knocking. And you're muted, Raven.
Yes, I know. Raven opens door to see who it is. Seeing it's Escher.
Ah, why, hello. And don't you look ravishing today?
Oh, wait, thank you. I mean, we are mean the lore after all. We can't be looking anything else but this.
Perfect. So I take it that you all are done? As he kind of glances around the room, he kind of squints a little bit at Irina. And just continue on looking around the room. Looking at all of you.
I'm always dressed for the occasion.
Oh, and I do indeed see that.
Arlen's still in like the same outfit.
Ah, going casual. Intriguing.
I don't do well with frills.
I mean, I have plenty of garbs if you really wish to borrow any.
Not my type.
Of course, of course.
I hope you don't plan on bringing any concealed weapons with you. You are our esteemed guest, after all.
I tend to agree in this case. It would be a shame if you tried to bring such uncouth violence into a very welcoming party, especially towards your esteemed host.
It smirks. Nothing hidden but open is fine.
Escher kind of grins at that.
If it makes you feel safer. But you do have the Lord's word. You are all safe here.
Yes, no harm will come upon each and every one of your pretty little heads.
Good to know.
Give me
Okay.
if I don't fully trust just a word.
I'm sure an adventurer like yourself has your reasons. There's nothing wrong with that. You are out there in the world, doing whatever it is that adventurers of your type does. Yes? You need to be quick on your foot. Quick-witted as well. I don't blame you for it. I actually admire that quick wit. But we are amongst nobility here. Just do remember that.
just kind of smirks.
Brentford just kind of like looks off to the door. Where Kiri is.
If you all don't mind indulging me for a bit while we wait for Lord Strahd, what have you recently been up to in regards to your adventures? Just idle curiosity, nothing more.
And here I thought that I was supposed to be the social one.
They didn't really take too kindly to the play.
That is fine. I understand such things being, unfortunately, though I do not think that they are uncultured by any means, but possibly, in a way, untrusting,
And
which makes me quite sad, to be honest.
it's very sad.
But I do doubly agree with dear Anastassia's question. What exactly have you all been up to before coming here? Exactly. Enjoying the wilds of Barovia.
That is one way of putting it. I do not speak for the rest of my party, but all of my adventuring experience has been rather recent.
Recent, you say?
Yes,
Hmm.
within the past week.
I was surprised to see you amongst a group of adventurers, young Lord Branford. It's not every day that a lord himself will go out and adventure.
Sometimes it is not your own choice.
Yeah. It's not every day, but yet not necessarily unheard of. And hopefully in due time we can become such great friends to be able to divulge such things. And curiosity of what brought you out here. But I will reserve that. For trust is earned, not just merely given.
Of course.
All right. Escher, in order enters your brain. It says, bring them to the dinner.
Ah, yes. It is time for dinner. Please come with me.
All right. He takes you down another flight of steps. Let's see. Give me 1 second. Mouse disappeared. Oh, I hate when my computer does that. It only does it when I'm like flipping through Roll20 so much. But he takes you down these flights of steps all the way down to the first floor. And you do pass through the other floors that you've gone through before. So I've just expedited that the staircase goes through map the two other maps that you went through apart from this one.
We're back at first floor.
Yes. You went down 2 floors. And as you guys go towards the dinner, you hear the organ continuing to play, and this one, it's a more cheerful tune. It's a more cheerful tune, but also still eerie and dour, much like the master that lives here. And Escher, as you open those doors, you see Strahd playing at the organ.
My dearest master, your guests have arrived.
Excellent. And give me 1 second. Token layer, boop. He ignores you and continues to play. Escher, you know this as... Give me 1 second. I need to go and type to you guys. And he just continues to play, unacknowledging you. As... Give me 1 second.
Escher will just give a slight grin and a little bit of a faux pas type of bow.
As the... boop, there we go. As Strahd starts coming down with the stairs. Ah, welcome, my dear guests. And he goes towards every single one of you. Raven, Arlen, the investigator. You must be Kiera. I am Strahd von Verovich. It is a pleasure to meet you. And he goes and looks at Lord Branford. Ah, and Lord Branford of the Belfields, how is your family?
Fine, last I checked.
Good to hear. And he then goes to Irina. Ah, my dearest Tatiana. Oh, forgive me, my love. And he takes her hand and says, I forgot, but that was your name in a past life. Please, join us for dinner. And he walks over and takes a seat at the head.
Anastasia will scowl when the mention of Tatiana and he gets so close to her.
Escher is also giving a disgusted look. Well, Strahd's back is turned.
Okay. And then, of course, the others start coming. You see 2 new vampire... Excuse me. You see 2 new women up here. Or, excuse me, 3. You see one that wears a mask. And then the other one you see is... let me go and get her name in here. There we go. And another one brings what looks to go and be a young teenage girl. And they go and sit at dinner. Irina, please, sit next to me. And he goes and, yep. There's enough chairs for everybody in here. There's just not enough chairs for, or everyone's characters are just bigger than that. So go ahead and seat yourselves wherever you want to be.
Brantford can't sit in his chair.
Yep.
Oh, it works out then.
You do see that this chair has been removed. Or more towards the sides, and there's like another dinner plate next to you for you to go and stand, sit. I don't quite know where how horses will do it.
Well, I'm not a horse. I'm a centaur.
Yes, I understand. Or how a centaur would go and sit at a table like this. I hope your travel here was peaceful. He goes and looks to all of you. Everyone is seated here at the dinner table. There's just not enough room here.
There's 2 Strahds.
Oh, yes. And you see Strahd wave a hand, and the Strahd over there disappears.
I was about
Yeah.
to say, this is getting out of hand. Now there's 2 of them.
Yes. Now is the time for talk and dinner. We shall have music again later.
Of course.
And these are my 2 other companions. And he points to this one, Ludmilla and Volenta, as well as a recent join comer to my castle. Oh, what was your name again, my dear? Says, and the teenager says, "Oh, Gertruda, my lord." Ah, yes, Gertruda. She comes from Barovia, or the village, I should say. Much like my dear Volenta.
Erlin's eyebrow just kind of goes up. The one front with the patch.
Mm-hmm. Right.
As
So
he kind of looks at the others.
at the dinner table, you see all of your food has been prepared. If there is a mixture of different meat, and as well as vegetarian options for those that partake in that. There is a roasted deer, and there is also several bottles, some marked and others not. The marked bottles are wine, and this is the Dragon Crush Red of the Wizards of Wines, and it's a very old vintage. Please eat. There will be more room to talk after our bellies are full.
Anastasia will look over to the party, being silent.
And I guess while you guys are acclimating to this strange coincidence, I'll tell you more about this room. 3 enormous crystal chandeliers brilliantly illuminate this magnificent chamber. Pillars of stone stand against the dull white marble walls, supporting the ceiling. In the center of the room, a long, heavy table, covered with a fine white satin cloth. And the table is laden with many delectable foods: roasted beast basted in a sauce, roots and herbs of every taste, sweet fruits and vegetables. And at each placing, there is a fine, delicate china and silverware. And at every single chair, there is a crystal goblet filled with an amber liquid with a delicate, tantalizing fragrance. And then, of course, there is the organ, and with its many pipes. Yeah, I just need to go and do a quick refresh.
Currently leaning back into his chair with one of his goblets kind of swirling around the liquid. And he kind of looks over towards the rest of the party.
So for the vampire guests, or not vampire guests, the vampire companions, your liquid is not amber but red.
Mhm.
hmm Just to make that clear distinction, so you guys are not worried about anything.
He's currently looking slightly both tired, yet also just almost like that he feel that he has this entire look of thought as he's staring into his goblet before taking just a small sip every now and again
hmm
before beginning to eat, only wanting to eat whenever his guests, or whenever Strahd's guests eat, that is.
Yes. And Strahd looks to everyone and says, "Oh, I assure you, you are guests here. We do not poison guests. Please, eat with confidence that you will not be facing death."
I want to say, as he was saying that, Brentford was prepared, scooping up a salad or something, and as he says that, he just kind of looks over.
During this time, Raven has already poured uh, a glass of wine, admiring the vintage of the wine,
hmm
but also before taking a bite of the deer they served. Not
Everything you eat or everything you go and look at smells amazing, is tantalizing. This is probably the best food you've had in Barovia.
besides pie.
Right. So, how have you come to enjoy my lands? He goes and asks the party.
Resting.
Very unusual.
I see. And what news of the outside world? The Sea of Fallen Stars? Anything else? How about Neverwinter? That was quite prominent back when before I could go in, before I was here forever, or what seems like an eternity at least. Are those places still standing?
To my knowledge, yes, they are.
Excellent. That is good to hear. Now, Irina, I am so sorry to hear that of your father's passing. It was not my intention. I am deeply sorry of your loss. And he then goes and looks to Escher. You said you've had some entertainment to go with dinner?
Indeed, I had. But unfortunately, the muses that I had tried to go for had, well, spirited away of sorts. And I had indeed asked our dear guests if they wished to be able to take part in this, but they had indeed declined, which I respectfully, well, did not do anything of any sort to go against their wishes. So as of right now, I do not have the entertainment, well, acquired.
I see. And then he goes and looks to
At that, Escher bites his bottom lip.
He then goes and looks to Raven. So, Raven, I heard you were a priest. Of what church did you follow?
Uh, Papa, what was the church that I was supposed to follow? Cause
What,
brainstorm.
what, what god do you have? There's lots of gods. Just tell me what you, tell me one that you would be actually interested in. Or like what kind of thing he would have been a part of. It would probably be like either Lathander or the penitent god or something else like that.
Let's go with the standard. Don't
Okay.
really know any much. So.
Okay, sure. Ah, the Morning Lord. I used to follow. I followed him too in war. We fought against all kinds of things. Waged war across the lands before I settled down here. And built this castle for my mother and named the land after my father. And since I was there, but that's another story. I don't wish to bore you. And he goes and looks to Raven again and says, and why aren't you still at the church then? Did you perhaps have a falling out?
Raven grips his fork just tiny bit, not noticeable for anybody else, but just a bit, and says, a falling out. I wouldn't say per se a falling out. Just the church, the church I was at specifically had changed a bit.
I see. Most unfortunate. That is most unfortunate when rats infest what would be a good and hearty larder. And he goes and looks to Belfield. So, Lord Belfield, tell me about what your family is known for. I have not. I am ashamed to say that I don't quite know anything about your family and your uniqueness.
And here I was going to ask how you knew of my family.
Alas, I know but a name.
Well, for your information, Lord, my family deals in providing and selling wheat.
Ah, a most essential um, food item.
Of course, without it, many would starve.
Of course. I've had to raise fields to go and win wars.
So you would very well know of their importance.
Precisely. How is your food, Kiera? You've been awfully quiet.
Kiria's going to have her wings tucked over her arms. And she will be very, very slowly picking at her food, yes. She will glance up, nod her head in a, kind of a bowing motion, and go, "It is fine, thank you, my lord."
I see. And he goes and turns his head to Arlen. And with you, I see many burning questions. You may ask. Did Arlen AFK? Oh, okay. Alright. As he sees Arlen munching on his food, he goes and moves back to Irina. Ah, my dearest. It is so good to have you back again in these halls. It has been much too drab without you. And Irina will pipe up and say, "Well, why do you keep calling me Tatiana? I'm not. I'm. Ah, yes. That was your first incarnation, I should say, Irina. You have been reincarnated many times. We were once lovers, you see, before my cursed. Be- excuse me, before our unfortunate circumstances drove us apart. My damned brother. And for what it seems, the very fates. They have not been kind to me in all these years. But alas, we are together once more. And, yes. Would anyone like to go in, say or do anything while we're waiting on Arlen to come back?
Forgive me for speaking out of turn, Lord Strahd. But you had mentioned that you were once in Neverwinter before. How long ago exactly was that?
Oh, heavens. What's the year? I've kind of lost track.
Well, it's currently current year here.
Oh, that would go and be hundreds of years ago.
Hundreds, you say?
Yes. Long, long before I took, long before that I took this land as my own. In fact.
And yet you look in proper health.
Well, thank you. Let's say I got more than I bargained for when my brother betrayed me.
Brentford quirks an eyebrow at this. But will not press further. As he just takes a sip of wine.
Okay. I see. All right. So he takes a sip of his red liquid and says, "Valenta, you did such wonderful choosing. Ah, thank you, my Lord Strahd. Yes." And he'll go to Anastasia. Anastasia, you're looking ravishing as ever. Were you nice to the guests?
Thank you, my Lord Strahd. Of course.
Good.
And she'll take a sip of her wine.
Unquote.
Yeah, quote.
To our knowledge.
Right. So. Would you guys like to go and ask Strahd anything or any of the consorts or anything like that? This is quite literally an ask me anything.
Yeah, Escher's currently not like rudely downing the drink, but he is kind of quickly giving a sip because he's now the bus has been ran over him twice.
Yep.
And now he's a little bit stressed.
Escher,
Yes, my lord.
I know you can play. Play us a merry tune.
Of course, my lord. With great fluster, I shall be able to dazzle our guests as well as yourself.
I can only hope.
And Escher will flare his coat and sit upon the organ,
Mhm.
straightening his back, and he'll begin to play. A very kind and gentle melody at first. A very good, not necessarily to hurry and eat, more along the lines of take your time and relax.
Ah, exceptional. You always know what I like, Esha.
I do anything, please, my lord.
Now, Gertruda. Yes, my lord? Have you heard from your mother? No, I have not in recent. I doubt she. I doubt that. I don't doubt that she worries if I'm gone. But I would rather stay here in your company, my lord. You can see that her eyes are kind of glassy, but but you do not see that she's being forced in any way to go and say these things. And then, of course, there's uh, and as excuse me, this is the DM loading. Um, and Branford, I know that you are a magician of sorts. I have studied the craft, and so has my apprentice, Ludmilla. I would be happy to show you some of my arts, should you show you some of ours.
I feel like Brantford just kind of like straightens up a little bit. Perhaps, given if there would be time for such an event.
There is always time. Perhaps if you care to stay the night here in the castle?
Brantford just kind of like looks at everybody else.
You could see Curia strumming her fingers.
You can think about it. The night, and he smiles, is still quite young.
Of course, my lord.
Out of curiosity, have you met an old woman with a cot? He just asked this to you guys, to the players.
Actually, we have.
Mm.
Why do you ask, Strahd, my lord?
'Cause it has come to my attention that she is doing things that I, as a lord, find reprehensible. But alas, I have no proof of these claims, and cannot punish her by the laws. I have heard of dark things from that windmill. I was hoping, perhaps, you know anything about that? A lord must know what goes on in his lands, after all.
Hmm. Raven swallows his second glass of wine. I might tell you, not the first one. He already done the first one. As a matter of fact, I do know a bit about what she's done. I don't have the proof, but I do have information of the pie she sells.
Oh?
You see, the first time we entered and met Granny, me and Oren each had a pie that gave us for free, without charge.
Yes, and?
Now, not wanting to seem rude and accept the gratitude of Granny's free pies, we both had one.
I understand.
And once nightfall fell, we were actually unable to be awoken. Both Bradford and Kiara both had tried to awaken us both, but were unsuccessful.
Was that perhaps just from exhaustion? That hardly sounds like proof at all.
Ah, but it may seem like that way. But as soon as we woke in, I had myself a dream where it was quite peaceful, reliving my past, which never happens. And furthermore, afterwards in the morning, or not so more in the afternoon, all of a sudden I met Granny again and asked for the pie, against my will, of sorts. What I actually gave her was she charged me a gold coin for a simple pie.
That's what she charges everyone. It just sounds like you are quite buyer's remorse, perhaps? I don't know what to call it. But that's hardly proof.
I did not say that was fully proof, but it was just, we say, a bit odd of how I would. It, it seemed it was very out of character for myself to go out of my way without having any second thought of going for another pie. But but like you said, it is not enough proof. But this was just something I would like you to know.
Interesting. Perhaps if you investigate it out, I could reward you. And He goes and turns to, speaking of other things. He looks to, he looks to Arlen. I see that you've had some burning questions. You may ask. Though I may ask of something of you in return. Investigator.
Just kind of looks at the others and then back at Strahd. So, do tell. He kind of leans his head to the side to the girl next to him. Not to this one.
Okay, to Gertruda.
Yeah. Is she the one that vanished in the night?
Vanished. I hardly say so. She knocked on the castle doors herself, and she's been a guest ever since. Isn't that right, Gertruda? Yes, you are, my lord. I ran away from home on my own. On my own. Arlen, right? And she looks at you and smiles. My mother is very stifling. I wanted to explore the world and meet my Prince Charming. And she smiles, looking at Strahd. I think I found him.
Kind of smirks. You didn't get very far in that world.
Well, aren't you being quite rude? No. No, Gertruda. No, investigator. I know you had more questions than that.
The next would be simply, how did you know where we were so easily?
I am the land. I know of all things coming and going. And when I take particular interest, I do keep my eyes on it.
Yeah, nods that before then. How do we get back?
Back to where? To Villaki? Just down the road. You're free to leave at any time.
Baldur's Gate.
Ah,
Says.
that's a name I haven't heard in quite a long time. You can leave with my permission, of course.
Assume that permission isn't so easily given.
You would be assumed correct.
It's gonna leans back in his chair. Do note he hasn't touched any of the food or drink, as is kind of would be natural for him.
You may eat.
I've oddly lost my appetite.
Oh, you have... you have experienced so much. And yet, you're shaken to your core? What an odd profession you have, then.
Yes. Well, as my mentor once said, you can see everything, and something new always comes.
He has obviously not lived as long as I.
Purse his eyebrow a little bit. How long is that, if I ask?
Who's to say? Hundreds? I have spent more than 3 of your lifetimes. And 50 or so years more.
You see him just kind of calculating his brain how long that is. It takes him a moment. Hmm. The world is a wide place. I bet you'd still be surprised.
Yes, perhaps. Maybe you all can surprise me. Now, it seems your friend is quite, and he looks to Raven, quite partial to the wine. And it seems that we are out as well. Kiera, would you and Valenta go down to the cellar and get more?
Harriet gently, like, kind of strums her fingers across the table before getting up. As you will it, my lord.
Thank you. And then you and Valenta go off. And you descend down these stairs. I'm not going to go... we can go and shift the map, I guess. Give me 1 second.
There's a way to be able to shift the player to the entire party.
Yeah, but it won't be on stream.
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to go and figure out how best to do this.
You could open up another.
Right. Yeah, he can still, as a DM, be able to go down on stream with that player.
Yeah, it's fine. I'll just move everybody down, it's fine. Let me just find the right map, because God help me, there's so many maps. There we are. And boop. Alrighty. And we will just do this really quick. Alright. Okay, so now we just go and move everybody down. Here we go. Alright. You and Valenta go down to the stairs here. And let me just go and reveal this area up here real quick, and then I'll go and do the thing. Boop. Oh my god. There we go. And she takes you down this way and over to this room. Inside, you see a blood-stained kitchen where there is a man hanging upside down, his groaning and crying in pain. You notice that his on his one hand, several fingers are missing, and that he's hung upside down with a giant vat underneath him. The wine, my dear, is down over here. Or excuse me, is down over here. And she goes and grabs a couple of bottles and starts filling them up from the vat. And when she notices that there's not enough there, she takes some clampers, or not some clampers, some very large shearing scissors, and says, "Come on, little piggy, it's time to bleed more," and cuts the hand clean off. The man screams in pain as more of his lifeblood trickles down. He sees you, Kyria, and says, "Help me, please." And as he tries to beg more, Valenta says, "Oh, none of that. Or do you want me to cut your tongue as well?" And all he does is whimper as he is in excruciating pain. Kira, what do you do?
Gotta think on this one. God. This oof. I need a second to think about that.
All right. So while we're down there, we're going to go and transfer everyone back over to the main map. And you can think about that while everyone else has a pleasant time at the dinner. Bloop. So, what's going on meanwhile?
This wine is acted. It is absolutely delicious.
I know. Valenta has such great prowess when it comes to finding our food. And he goes and looks to Arlen. Arlen, aren't you hungry? Please. It's rude to go in think that you don't want to eat. I assure you, there's nothing wrong with it. You are a guest here, as I've stated previously.
of the food.
Hmm?
Then looks at him. Forgive me, it's too rich for my taste, and I seem to have a stomachache.
Well, I can certainly have someone sent to the kitchens to get you something more palatable. What is it that you would like, Arlen?
He's becoming very suspicious about it being pushed in his mind.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, I'm good.
Very well. Now, I see there's something burning in your mind. What do you wish to know? You can be quite blunt with me. I much rather prefer it. Reminds me of my days campaigning away.
Sorry, who were you asking that?
That was you. That was directed to you. As the investigator, I'm sure you have plenty of questions to go and ask.
He kind of tilts his head a little bit and goes, why is the Morningstar so present here?
The Morningstar? Oh, yes. Call it a remembrance. Of years long spent in service. Any other questions burning in you?
Why are you so interested in her?
As I've stated before, we are destined to be together. She is the incarnation, or, excuse me, the reincarnation of my dearest Tatiana. Before my brother betrayed me, we were betrothed and set to be married. And during that all cursed affair, I have become like this. And have since spent lifetimes trying to be reunited with my beloved.
Kind of mulls that thought over for a moment. Granted, he's very wary about quote unquote destiny. Reincarnation he's fine with because that's a thing in the world, but he's gonna I was gonna question it, but that's a thing. Kind of takes a moment where he's like, and tell me then, why is there never sun?
Oh, that is a hard question to ask. I am not quite sure. It has never been sun since that accursed day. I think it is the land itself excuse me, the land itself punishing those that betrayed the the Zarevich line.
He sits there, thinks for a while. The betray kind of hits him as he reaches into his satchel and pulls out the letter to the family in the death house and kind of holds it out to him. What do you make of this?
Ah, the Dusts. Yes. That's a sorry lot. How are they? Do they still live?
One you could perhaps say does. In a roundabout, horrendous monstrosity of undeath sort of way.
Most unfortunate. They were good. They were good lords and ladies. Lord and lady. I have yet to go and actually meet their children. It is a shame that all have passed, but it is no surprise. They were into very dark and horrible things. And he ends it there with that. Tell me, investigator. Are you looking for work?
He kind of perks a brow at that. What kind of work?
The type of work you do. Investigating.
I have a strict code of hearing the request before I decide to take a job or not.
Someone stole something from me. And I very much would like it back. As well as where the thief might be.
Okay. Tilts his head a little bit. Seems strange. The man who claims the land is him has no clue. What is this item?
It's a book. Of great importance to me. It is, it is a personal item. And you will know it as mine, as you've had my handwriting. Upon seeing it. Should you return it to me, I will reward you handsomely.
You tell what's your plan for the thief.
I will punish him, of course. According to Barovian law.
Leans back in his chair with one arm on the armrest as he leans over on the side looking at him. Well, forgive me for not knowing Barovian law. What might that be?
How you punish all thieves. You take their hand. And with that, Kiria, do you have your what you want to go and say gathered?
Yeah, it took me a while because there was like 10 bajillion different things I wanted to have my character do.
I understand. That's why I gave you all that time. You ready?
Yes, I appreciate it very much.
Alrighty. Let's go and make sure that I'm on the right map. Yes, that is the right map indeed. Okay, so we're going to go and drop you all down. And we're going to go and move back over there. And there we are. And the man is whimpering, his lifeblood dripping into the cauldron, or into the vat. And you can see a sort of wicked smile on Valenta's face. One of, I dare say, pleasure.
Hmm. All right, well, Kiria's gonna stop following at that point, stand absolutely rigidly still, wings tucked up against her arms, this really hard stare forwards, and just very slowly she raises her one hand up, clenches her fist, but does not do anything. She just stares.
Okay. You notice that there's a wine rack over here, filled with wine. That she was mentioning earlier. And you notice that she's filling up like 2 or 3 bottles of this man's blood. Straight from the source, using a funnel to go and make sure that the blood doesn't drip into the vat too terribly much. Well, pick out some wine.
Kiria's going to grit her teeth and then very stiffly ask, "What kind would my lady suggest?"
Anything over there, for the most part. The Red Crush is a favorite here in Barovia. It's their best red. The 90 or the 941, I think, is a good vintage. There should be several bottles over there.
She's going to incredibly stiffly walk over to where the wine is and snap her arm over towards it, pick one up, and then very stiffly ask, "Just one bottle, my lady?"
Oh, bring 2 or 3. Your friend is quite the drinker.
She is only going to grab a second one so that she can carry it with one arm.
Okay. As she finishes up her second bottle, she gets up and walks to this table, pulling out a hot poker. Now, it's time to seal it up. And the man whimpers and screams in excruciating pain as she goes and cauterizes his wound before passing out. She sighs and tosses the poker back into the fire and says, "Shall we go?" and moves on over to the door.
Very stiffly, Curio states, "By your lead, my lady."
And she smiles, and you guys go back up through the tower, up the steps to the ground floor once more. And she goes back in and pours fresh drinks for Strahd, Anastasia, and Escher.
Thank you, dear sister.
You're most welcome.
Thank you very much. It's much appreciated.
And are we all done eating? Strahd asks everyone.
Raven wipes his mouth. Uh, she say, I believe we are, well, for those that have ate, we are full. Just
That's
speaking for myself.
And he looks to every single one of you to go in, see either if there is some kind of nod or no answer.
I have had plenty. Thank you.
Excellent. And looks to Kyria and Alin as well as Ardina.
Arlen simply nods, still mulling over everything that was said.
Now, let's dance. And you can see that the table starts moving of its own accord as people start moving out of the way.
Escher immediately becomes silent for a moment, preparing for the right moment to start the dance.
Oh, Escher, join us for the dancing, won't you?
Why, of course, my lord. Thank you.
And the second Strahd magically appears at the organ once more, and that starts playing. Starts playing a waltz. Strahd goes and asks for Ardina's hand to dance, and she politely takes it, and they start dancing. What do the rest of you do?
Arlen's gonna just kind of, since he's not the dancing type of bard, he's just gonna kind of stand to the side and keep a close eye on their charge. Strahd.
Right.
Escher will extend a hand out towards Raven. Would you like to dance?
I would love to. And takes Escher's hand.
Splendid. Don't worry, I'll be careful.
Anastasia will casually just walk over to this corner of the room over where Branford is, and she'll look over to him. Are you on for dancing, Lord Branford?
No. More
Fair
like
enough.
booze.
Fair enough. For a bit, she will just stand there sipping her red drink.
Okay. And Gertruda will go and say, "Oh, there's just not enough men here." And looks to Kyria. "Will you dance with me?"
Arya offers a very formal curtsy and then states gently, "My apologies, my lady. I feel I need to rest before beginning to dance. It would be rude of me to fall ill while dancing, after a meal, you see."
You can see that Gertruda pouts, and you also see that Ludmilla is looking at her with a scolding look, like that is not proper for a lady. And she just pouts off and goes towards Arlen and says, "You, let's dance."
He kind of looks at her, raising a brow.
Mm-hmm.
He's actually kind of impressed with how direct it was.
Oh yes, yes. You can see the village
Disdain.
girl. You can see the village girl coming out as she grabs your hand and pulls you into the dance floor.
I
And
don't know how if any of you all are familiar with Final Fantasy VIII. That's all you see.
Ah, yes.
Yes, that famous dance scene.
That famous dance scene. Yes.
Oh, hey,
That's
That's
all you
so
see as he's
perfect.
getting dragged into the dance.
So, Kyria, Ludmilla walks up to you and apologizes for Gertruda. "I am so sorry, Lady Kyria," as she bows. "I have been trying to teach her manners, as Strahd have taught me, but I fear that she's just too young to understand the finer points."
Arya offers another deep and formal curtsy
Mm-hmm.
before replying with, "There is no need for you to apologize, my lady. I appreciate your concerns and thank you for your time."
"You seem troubled. I hope Valenta was not discourteous in any way."
She's going to very carefully adjust her wings to pull them closer to her body and then comment, "Perhaps, my lady, it would be best to move where the wine is stored, at least when you have guests that you intend to bring to the kitchen."
I see. I will make note of that and will go and inform. What was his name? Clivis? I will inform. That's the wrong one. One moment. I will inform Cyrus to go and make sure that that is in accordance for our next guests. I apologize for that. As she bows once more.
Kyria offers another curtsy in response.
Mhm. Tell me, are you, and forgive if my rudeness, but are you it being made from magic? I have never seen one such as yourself.
Should be I begging for pardon, my lady. However, the specifics of my origin I would prefer to keep private. If it is any issue, please allow me to know.
I understand and apologize again. That was very forward of me. And she goes and bows and excuses herself as she goes and chaperones Gertruda. Who would like to go in and take the next part of this scene?
If no one else will, I can go.
Sure, go for it.
Anastasia will place her glass on the side and pulling out a fan, like a little mini handheld fan covering her mouth. She'll begin to talk to Branford. Lord Branford, how has it been this last week leading these commoners? You are the one in charge, are you not?
Well, it might seem that way. No, I am not. There isn't a de facto leader, as one might think. We all give our own opinions and decide from that.
I see. One would just think to have somebody to help lead those who may not know better.
She'll look over at um she'll look over at Raven
To help remind them not to overindulge.
and then look over at um Arlen.
Or to remind them when courtesies are due. Enemies can be made if one is not too careful. That is what nobles are here for, are we not? To help lead the common folk?
In a sense, I suppose. I've not thought about it that much.
Hmm. I did want to ask. Lord Strahd had mentioned there being an item that was missing. You and your party wouldn't have any idea where one could find it? You see, it is my sworn duty to assist Lord Strahd in any way.
Of course. However, no, we have not come across such an object. Such a book, was it?
Yes, unfortunately, I haven't seen the book.
But
Neither have we.
If it is something important to him, then I feel it is only right that it is important to me. And if you do ever happen to find it, please bring it to me. I do have my own stake in things, and as good faith, I could give some information to you and your party, but not here. There's only so much that a fan can cover. She eyes over to Strahd to make sure he's not listening in.
No, he is. His attentions are elsewhere, dancing with Irina.
I have heard some talk of a church of Saint Andrel. I don't know if any of you may happen to know about this.
Now I'm trying to remember if I remember this out of character.
Out of character, I can go and give you the skinny out of character because your character does know it.
Okay, yeah, remind me real quick. I forgot.
It's the church in Vallaki. You've never gone there, but you know that it's a
Right.
prominent thing there.
Right, yeah.
I can't give the specifics, but I have reason to suspect that it might be in danger.
Really?
I can try and find more information. If a group of adventurers such as yourself and a noble were to happen to become the heroes, it would be well received for your title, along with your party.
Hmm.
And I'm sure Strahd would very much appreciate it if you were to help.
At this moment, Brantford just glances over at Strahd.
Who is still dancing blissfully with Tatiana. I mean
Air
Irina.
quotes.
Yes.
And just glances back. We will look into the matter.
Very good. And she'll put the fan away, grab her drink, and wander about the room.
Okay. Sure.
I'll go ahead.
How are
Yeah.
things going with you and Raven?
Very good question. Hey, Raven. Have you ever, would you say that you would have danced before?
I had a few dances back, so it's not my first time dancing in such an elegant manner, but you have such a unique dancing style.
Oh, I thank you. And so far, you're doing quite well yourself. No,
Thank you.
hand placement needs to be just a little bit. There we are.
Mm.
So, do tell me about yourself. You have such a peculiar name, yet so familiar in some ways.
Yes, I've been told that many times. See, my pardon me. Grew up in church, but without knowing my parents at all. So church found someone took me to church in during the nightfall, going going towards the morning. And they named me Morningstar for, for my last name. And as for my first name, Raven, there happened to be a few ravens during the night when I first appeared on the church doorsteps.
Hmm. How peculiar. To be able to name such one as yourself by the objects that are, well, seen about. Perhaps a sign?
Might be a sign, but it's a sign of I'm trying to think. A sign of good faith in the future, or it's an omen. I have yet to find out.
Now, do not be disheartened when I say that usually ravens are seen as something of an omen, but most are actually seen as messengers, I believe. Perhaps you could be my messenger.
Oh,
Indeed.
what message would you like me to deliver?
Well, there is indeed, of course, the script that I was going to try to have you all be able to, well, indulge yourselves in, but I still need it to be, well, spread, so to speak. Perhaps by a particular actor. I have indeed heard of at least a circus performer of sorts. Certain that he could be able to not trouble himself too much to be able to find someone that could help perform in this particular play.
Mm, The arts and play and theatricals are quite nice, but I am not one to be involved in them. I merely prefer to stay in the back watching them.
Oh, trust me, my dear. I do not want you to be able to do such a thing that you do not wish to, but merely to give this particular script to the ringleader of sorts, the one who owns this carnival cart. And he'll actually hand you a small little page by page booklet of sorts.
Maybe takes the booklet, looks through it, seeming interested in it.
Sure
Hmm.
enough, it does look like a screenplay. However, you do note that that there are indeed a few names, one in particular having Strahd von Zarevich as one of the lead roles.
Hmm. As I said, the arts are fascinating to me, but I do prefer to stay in the back watching.
Oh, cool. Again, I do not plan on having you do anything that you are uncomfortable with. But let us live in this moment for the time being. After all, I've been so. He looks over towards Strahd, and his eyes actually kind of gloss a little bit, almost in sadness. Lonely of sorts.
All right. How about we go and take a like a 5 to 10 minute break. Let people go and refresh their waters and use facilities or anything like that, and we can come back. How's that sound for everybody?
Alrighty.
That sounds good.
Alrighty. Okay, so we're going to go and be back soon. Alrighty, I am back.
Welcome back.
Finally, I got rid of the damn fucking script. Anyway.
uh,
Somebody will use it.
yep, we can only hope.
Yep, that's not me.
No, the plan wasn't that you use it. After all, you guys all completely denied me.
A cockblock.
By the way, you guys are
Stream.
still on stream, just to let you know.
Oh.
Oh yeah.
We haven't ended, just to let you know. We just took.
Yeah. You know, I am actually quite.
I figured you would like mute the audio, but I guess not. Okay.
No, I didn't yet, but here. Boop. All right, and we're all back. Thank you all for your patience, and we're gonna go and continue on. All right. So let's see. Now you see Strahd and Irina are dancing, and you can, for those of you who are not in the activity of dancing, you can see that Irina is uncomfortable dancing with him for multiple songs and is looking for a way out. It's quite obvious. But and Arlen, you're shredding it on the dance floor.
He was a dancing type of bard.
You didn't really want to, but after you got dragged out, you started going all Despicable Me. Alrighty. So I noticed that Kiria and moved over. So what's going on over there?
Yes. Curio was very careful about just slowly circling around, and keeping her eyes on, the people on the dance floor, particularly members of her party, like Arlen and Raven. And yes, she has been every now and again checking and making sure that Irina is okay, so the discomfort does not go unnoticed.
Okay.
But she is going to just stand right next to Branford here and continue to look out over the dance floor for a little while before just very slowly reaching over and grabbing the very edge of his sleeve and not letting go.
This does not go unnoticed. Brentford just gives a look. As if expecting something.
She is just going to look over to him for a moment, completely pale, and then look back out over the floor, and then just quietly mutter, is aught amiss, my lord?
Repeat that?
She's gonna just quietly mutter, is aught amiss, my lord?
Aught amiss.
Mm-hmm, she's trying to be fancy. Look,
Ah.
it's no secret she reads poetry. She knows fancy people words. I've been trying to make that apparent whenever she deals with like fancy people.
Right. Noting this difference in vocabulary, Brentford shakes his head. Not on my end. He says, almost prompting a response.
She's just gonna keep holding on to his sleeve and looking out over towards Raven and the others. She's just going to very quietly go, my lord, I do believe that perhaps Raven might have drank a bit too much. And as she says drank, she will very, very lightly squeeze on that sleeve.
He furrows his brow. Perhaps he did. He does seem to do that very often.
She doesn't even nod. She just continues to stare out across the floor. She does not let up on that grip of that sleeve. It takes her a second before she thinks of something else to say.
Kyria,
Oh,
you
yeah.
hear a voice. And it sounds like Branford's. You just sound so needy.
She's going to very slowly look over towards him and squint. I beg your pardon?
For what?
She's going to squint at him, like she's gonna look kind of hurt.
And I feel like at this moment, Brentford does lower his voice as well. Kyria, what's wrong?
She's going to like she's still holding onto that sleeve, mind you. She has not let go. It did not happen. She's gonna like kind of like trying to think of how to describe this. I think what she is going to do at this point is very, very slightly like lean to the side a little, not so much into Branford as like back against the wall almost, to kind of like a kind of visual pullback from the everybody else that's around, and then just kind of look at him and look out over the dance floor before looking back to him. She's gonna shake her head a little and then go, I understand that I might sound like I'm being a little too needy, my lord. But I need you to understand I'm not feeling well.
This puts a puzzled look on Brentford's face. There's nothing about that seems needy. Do you need some air?
She's going to nod quite a few times.
And he's just going to look about the room and possibly just I feel like he will say perhaps they won't miss us for a moment if you need help.
Irio's just gonna nod again. She has not let go of that sleeve.
Right then. And I feel like Brentford is just going to very casually, with purpose, head for the door.
Okay. Now, Arlen, you are slaying it on that dance floor. Gertruda is in awe of your dance moves.
Arlen, while dancing, it's gonna kind of lean in, keeping a close eye on her and her reactions. He's gonna slowly and quietly speak. It. So, you came here, huh? What drew you here?
I was beset by wolves, actually. And, my Lord Strahd saved me from them. I
See,
told him I had nowhere to go, and he offered his castle. He is my knight in shining armor. Much
Yes.
like my little dog Lancelot. I wonder what happened to him.
Arlen's gonna continue dancing and be like, "Did you know your mother is distraught and broken?" Kind
Oh,
of searching her eyes and her face for any kind of emotion as well.
she looks sad about it, but she's also like, my mother believes that I am permanently 5. That I'm a little girl that needs protecting. I want to see the world, not be trapped in a room.
Sounds like most mothers. But you say you want to see the world, not be trapped. You seem like a bird in this cage now. Kind of glances over and then back at her. They're still dancing.
Hmm. You know what? I'll let you go and make a persuasion check
Nice.
with disadvantage.
Hard. uh, okay. I was hoping I had something, but I don't. Darn. That 8 did some work, though.
That 8 does do work. She frowns and says, well, maybe you just don't see the good in Lord von Zerovich.
There seems to be more than meets the eye. Good is subjective. Is it so good to bring fear to all those around? To the point many won't even say a name.
What are you talking about? What's there to fear in a name?
Marks a little. You'd know the answer to that if you actually explored the world.
She gives a huff and says, what done? And goes over to Ludmilla, pouting.
And kind of when she huffs off, he kind of gives like an oddly good, for anybody who saw him and knows courtly manners, bow. But it almost comes off mockingly, so because it's kind of out of character for him.
Mm-hmm.
Before he looks back to their charge, and then looks around to the other party members.
All right. So Arlen, now that you've broken off from your dance, you notice that just to go and make sure that I understood this right, Kiera and Brantford, you're leaving the room, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So you notice them leaving.
Raises a brow watching it, but he also doesn't want to leave the charge.
Mm-hmm.
So he's gonna expect that they would call out if they need something.
All right. Call out if they are under attack or something. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So as they're leaving that, let's go back to Raven, Escher, and Clyre. What are you guys up to?
Seeing them leave, obviously don't want them to just wander around the castle alone and get lost, or to have them, find harm in any way due to the promise that our Lord Strahd has made.
Mhm.
Do you think Anastasia would follow them out after a few moments?
Mm, I feel that she would snoop.
Okay. So Anastasia will look across the room to I can't remember her name. The one right across the room from me.
Oh, Ludmilla.
Ludmilla. Give a knowing nod and then follow the other two who left.
Okay. She nods. She nods as well, and continues to go and keep her charge. So, Valenta at this moment will also leave, but instead of following you guys, she goes back downstairs.
When
And-
Valenta
And
passes
Kira,
by,
you see her going back downstairs with a smirk and an empty bottle.
I feel like she would actually be paying more attention to Branford, but yes, she might catch that.
Hmm. So what were you saying, Claire?
Anastasia would just say to Valentia, "Do try and keep it down."
Oh, I'll try, sister. And yes, you hear some no, no, and then a scream and then silence once more. And that scream echoes as you leave the castle, Kyria.
Would I also be able to hear that?
Yes, you would as well. You hear that scream as well.
I was about to say, I feel
Cool.
like somebody with like ears like that would be able to hear it.
Yes, you guys hear the scream.
Yeah, I feel like just for the briefest beat, Brentford pauses but continues.
All right.
And once they're outside, just turns around and just you heard that, right? Correct?
She's going to nod. She still hasn't let go of that poor man's sleeve.
He's
She
quite
is-
wealthy.
she you. I'm gonna get you back for this. I am.
Can't help it.
Oh, I know. I know you can't. I love it, but still. She has not relinquished her hold upon this very wealthy man's sleeve.
Ah.
And yes, when he paused, when the scream was being heard, she absolutely tightened her grip on that. And when he turns around and asks her if she heard it, she's going to nod quite a few times.
Is that why you...
She's going to start nodding, and she's going to reach for his sleeve with her other hand, and she's going to look up at him and just pale-faced eyes wide, absolute fucking sheer terror on her face. Very, very quietly. We are talking a hair below a whisper. Bleeding him dry.
Brantford just does not really know how to react to that, but just stiffens. And just takes a beat. And then, like, looks down for the briefest moment, like, off to, like, the side. Processes. Looks back at Kyria. And says, we have to get the others. We have to leave.
He's going to nod a few times before very quietly.
However,
Oh.
we have to make it look as if we are unsuspecting. We cannot let them know.
She's going to nod a few times.
Just brace yourself. Breathe if you need to. Some deep breaths, preferably.
Kyria's going to nod a few times before looking up to him and just kind of squinting at him and going, now do you see why I was being needy?
Why are you saying that word? Why?
She's gonna frown and kind of like
What is
hold
needy about this?
hold her wings a little bit closer to her, before like mumbling quietly. That's what you said, wasn't it?
He's taken slightly aback. I said no such thing.
She's going to frown and huff. And then with her, because she still has both hands on him, right?
Insight check.
Yes, you do.
Oh, oh, oh.
Ooh, an insight check.
What does an insight check do? What?
So an insight check is essentially a check to go and determine whether someone is being truthful or not.
Or it seems like they're hiding something.
Yes.
It doesn't tell you outright that they're lying, but
Gives you that intuition, that gut
Yes.
feeling.
Yes. A successful check will go and say you feel that they are, like, you feel in your gut that they're being honest with you.
I mean, Dingle knows this because I've discussed it like before, but Kyria does trust Branford. So if he says he didn't do it, she's probably just gonna be sitting there like, because she's already had the instance of the thing speaking to her before with his voice
Mm-hmm.
and saying things that he said he would not say.
Mm-hmm.
And they're the most the most open about their weird pact buddies. So
Right.
also, dang, you're getting hit with 3 ads in a row.
Damn.
Got 2 on my side.
Yeah,
Don't know,
I'm on
throw.
ad 2 of 3.
might just be shorter ads.
Yeah, they're not stupid long.
But regardless.
Right.
Yeah, regardless. I mean, I guess I'll roll insight, but I don't feel like it would change how she would react.
Then you don't have to do it. I'm just saying that's an option.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, educating. Thank you, Dingle. You're the best.
It's not so common with PC interactions. It's more like NPC, but yeah.
Yeah.
You still can.
Or if you're undecided on how a character would react.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm very decided on how my character would react. We good. We Gucci.
Okay. Cool beans.
Just saying.
Yep. All
Well,
right.
oh, while these two are talking, am I allowed to do something?
Yes, you can.
So you will hear the doors here opening, and you will see Anastasia walking. Or I guess you would hear, and then she would get here and open this door, peeking her head out.
Oh, these doors are already open.
Oh, they're already open? Oh,
Mhm.
okay. You would see her come through here and walk over. Is everything all right?
Yes, quite. We just simply needed some fresh air. Getting a little warm inside. What with all the movement and dancing.
Coming from the two people who didn't dance at all, it's quite alright though. I have an inkling on why you have stepped out. Miss. I'm sorry, what was your name?
Kyria, my lady, though I do seem to have never heard yours spoken.
I am Lady Anastasia. Lady Anastasia Karlova. The one that you left the room with, Valentia, she's not to my liking. For what that's worth. And she'll step out and close the door behind her so that she's outside with you two, almost as if to make sure no one could hear. If you must go, then by all means, you will still have the free passage to do so. But I do think there are some things that should be talked about, and that maybe you should stay. Try to overlook the little things.
And Mr. DM, am I allowed to do a thing?
Yes, you
How
can.
how do I go about doing said thing?
So you would go in The thing is, tell me who you're targeting, and you're saying you're using that thing, and yeah, I know exactly what thing you're saying, and I would ask him for a will save.
I'm going to be, you know what I'm going to do, and I'm going to be targeting trying to find your name, Brantford, hoping that he will convince Kyria that they should stay.
Okay. All right. So, Branford,
Wisdom saving throw?
wisdom saving throw.
Got it.
Oh.
16.
Okay. So, the words seem to make sense to you, and then you shake your head, and you can go from there.
And what little things might you be referring to?
I do believe Valentia has a few screws loose. She tends to have fun with criminals. You've seen her torturing one, I'm assuming. I do promise you, it's not just mere petty theft. He was a very, very horrible person. I still personally don't agree with it, though. But to each their own.
I think in response to that, Kyria is just going to tighten her grip on Branford's sleeve a little bit.
How hard can this girl grip?
Okay. For frame of reference, she is gripping the fabric and not his actual arm.
Oh, I know.
But she started off very softly holding onto it, so it's just progressively gotten tighter.
So would you say she's like white knuckling at this point?
Close to it.
Okay.
Anastasia will open the door and not impede their movements at all.
Mhm.
When you are ready to come back in and to assemble your party. And I do apologize for how rude I was earlier.
Of course.
And she will leave.
Okay.
All right. During this meantime, I believe that I do have something that, well, Escher would definitely have something that he would like to be able to not really talk with Raven about, more along the lines of just blurt slightly.
Okie dokie. What would that be?
Oh, Raven. You've been such a grand comfort around here. There's so much more that I could be able to wish to say. But I feel as though that sometime that our dear meeting going to be cut short. However, if you do not mind just staying just ever so much as a little while, I could definitely use at least a little bit of your comfort.
So your hospitality for all of us has been very kind. But if my party members do wish to leave or any of sorts sooner, then I must go with them.
Of course, of course. But note that it will take no time at all. For what? For all that it is worth. I know that I may have been a little bit more outright with a little bit of that theatrical performance that I wish to be able to display. There's so much more that I wish to be able to divulge with you.
That's quite alright. It's nice to see you so passionate about your art.
Of course. Granted, art is always seen within the eyes of the beholder, and I feel flattered that you were able to see what I was able to at least give you thus far, was art. You are indeed quite a magnificent dancer. Though there may be a few things not here I wish to be able to speak to you about. As he kind of lowered his voice at that last bit, looking over towards Strahd. And of course, his other sister is currently down here.
Okay.
Trying to think of which way Raven would go, because he is not trusting of Earth, but he knows how to put a facade on and to lead on.
I'm sorry, what was that, Raven?
I'm trying to figure out what to say next, cause Raven is not trusting in others, but also He is a bit drunk. He is a bit drunk, so I'm not sure quite where to take this from.
Okay. Okay, now I understand.
Yeah, yeah. So,
Um.
well, Esther, I would like to spend more time with you, but seeing that two my fellow party members aren't here, it makes me wonder if they're okay. So I would like to check on them if that's okay with you.
Cool. I'll be perfectly fine. If you do not mind at least a escort, say, in case you get lost.
I have no problem with that. It's, of course, the mansion of Strahd, of course.
Cool.
So then Raven and Ezra proceed to go outside to check on Kiara and Bradford.
As Escher kind of walks by Anastasia, he kind of gives a slight smirk towards her and a nod.
I feel like at this moment, like Brantford
Chill.
was trying to get back, like inside and stuff.
So, Arlen,
Yes.
why don't you make a will save?
Oh God. Yeah, my worst stat. Let's go.
You got this. You got
Woo!
this. You got this.
Let's go!
I beat the
got
wizard.
this.
Whoa!
Okay.
Why couldn't I roll that for my persuasion? What's say?
Dice are fickle.
Yep, dice are fickle things.
Roll 20 hates me. It's okay.
Dice are fickle.
I mean, the dice
You
gods
deserve
are
better.
looking at you kindly right now. So, I wouldn't complain too terribly much. Yep. Yep, so nothing happens.
Scared of what would have happened.
Again, nothing would have happened.
Right.
I think during all this, Arlen's more so kind of looking between their charge and the girl from the village.
Mm-hmm.
He thinks something's up with the girl in the village, but he can't quite place what it is.
Right.
Boy.
Hmm?
She would have 100% patted that bracelet of yours before you got back inside.
Ah. So at this moment, would see Raven approaching our direction.
Look, your friends are fine. They're perfectly healthy. I hope that the fresh air was able to comfort you all.
Yes, quite. And in fact, we will be getting some more. We'll
Oh.
be making our way now.
Well, if you do not mind, I just wish to at least divulge a little bit of information for dear Raven. Would you be so kind to be able to come with me just for a moment? I would like to be able to utilize the thing.
Wait, what?
I would like to utilize the thing towards Raven.
Oh,
Oh.
okay. Go
Oh,
for it.
oh, okay.
Okay.
Thing.
Yes.
The thing!
Make a will save.
The mighty thing. Will save. Wait, so wisdom save, right?
Yep, that'll be a wisdom save. That is correct.
Got it. Fuck.
Okay.
Fuck. Of course it's me.
You trust Escher. You like him as a trusted friend. And you look positively upon him. I'll give you some more details of what that actually means to you in a second.
Okay.
Come with me just for a moment, dear. Do not worry, I will not keep him long.
There's that. And this is what it means for you at this time.
For long and short of it, I'm taking him to the balcony.
Okie dokie. There you go. Oh, so you're taking him to the landing here?
Yes.
Okay.
This will be interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why, but I had a feeling it was gonna be me.
I mean, I thought it was going to actually be Brantford, but
Are you kidding? I got a +4 to wisdom saves.
I thought for sure you were going to fail it
So
still.
do I.
Well,
I'm surprised I didn't fail. So
That's yeah.
Well, I was meaning that the throne, the two chairs on that one balcony that oversees the cathedral.
literally the one with no wisdom.
Okay. Okay, so you're taking him over there. We're just going to go and pantomime that you're over there. Unless
Okay.
you want me to go in really
Nah,
quickly
it's
there.
fine. It's perfectly fine. That way I can make it easier. Actually, for just sakes and reasons, I'll just put myself over there.
So,
Or it would.
you guys walk to the walk to those chairs, to the king and queen's chairs, and you have a seat.
Escher kind of moves over toward Raven. You certainly are a good, fresh look. It is a shame. Though, I believe that it would be even more of a shame if you continue bringing that. I may be willing to be able to try to help you. Though the information I have is very few. Just say there is something fresh that you may need. However, I also need you to help me with that gaining favor. It's really not a big favor. Being able to at least spread what I've been able to give you would actually help me much more than you realize. And you are willing to help me, aren't you, Raven?
course, Esther. Anything you need, I'll help.
You good lad. So, won't you help spread the good word all across Vilak? Make sure that you are capable of at least inciting a good print of that particular page. And I'm certain that there'll be plenty of rewards in it for you. Just be wary, however. There are a couple people, I believe, that would not see it as something grand. However, if you cannot be able to help me in that way, he gets even more closer, looking deep into your eyes, Sir Raven. Perhaps you can help me as well. I fear that dear Strahd is growing. And with this new rendition coming into play, new edit, you must not let him have. Now,
Hey, Koji, you're cutting in and out a little bit.
thank
I
you.
was just about to say.
Now, perhaps I shall be able to give a good sign of towards you and towards me. And he's going to go ahead and give him that old vampire kiss onto his neck.
Okay. All right. So you go chompy chomp chomp.
And afterwards, he fixed his collar a little bit. Yeah? No trouble. Let's bring you back to your friends. And remember what I've told you. I am counting on you.
Of course,
So
Esther.
here is the thing. You still go and deal damage to him.
Alright?
So roll the bite attack. You just have to click on the bite and then go and do the damage.
I already rolled the damage.
Did it roll the damage? Oh, yes, it did. So that's how much damage you take.
9. Okay.
He really sunk his fangs into you.
Hell yeah, I did. Jesus Christ.
That's some hickey right there.
That's from Icky.
Shit. Wait, so it's 9 damage. Wait, plus the 7.
So this is
on the
how.
impact?
All right. So the
I wanna make sure I
necrotic.
get right.
So it's 9 points of damage, and then you
Yeah.
lose 7 of your total hit points,
Ah.
and that only happens until until you take a long rest. If once you take a long rest, you'll get all your max hit points back.
Got it.
This is why vampires are terrifying.
Yeah. I'm actually going to write a note for that for now.
Okay. And Escher simply takes Raven back to his friends, going back towards the dining room. The quickest way, of course.
Of course.
During all this time that Arlen's alone in the room, he keeps rubbing his wrist in the same spot.
Yeah,
It-
I feel like
In it subconsciously, the spot he's rubbing is actually where the Avenger card is hidden.
like during all that time where Raven and Escher are out and away, I feel like Branford and Kyria would have gotten back. And
By
would
that
be a
time,
thought-
yes.
There would be
Yeah.
that period where they were all
Yeah.
of you were gone. So
yeah. But I feel like that took long enough where
Oh, yes, yes. You guys would have made it back
yeah,
long
And-
before they did.
Mm-hmm.
and would have looked towards Arlen and just raised eyebrows, as in like, signaling something. Like, a look of
need to go.
yeah,
Okay.
a look of just like things are bad.
Arlen would kind of look back, raise a brow, and nod before kicking up off the wall to make his way over to their charge and Strahd,
Mm-hmm.
keeping a sword's length away.
Of course.
Look at Strahd go. I think it is time we depart.
Oh. Is
But I'll
it
leave you with
already?
good- It is super late, but I will leave you with good news. I will keep an eye out and look into your book for you.
I appreciate it. I look forward to good. What's the word? For positive results. Won't you, as it is already late, won't you stay the night?
I think we'll pass. I appreciate it though. He
Then-
kind of looks over. He looks over to the girl and goes and back to Strahd. I would also perhaps debate freeing this bird from the cage.
She's free to leave whenever she likes. And Strahd will also go and say, well, if you do not wish to stay, then I'll have a carriage prepared for you. Anastasia, Escher, could you see to it?
Of course, my lord.
Right away, my lord.
Arlen will look back to Branford to see if he approves of that, because I assume he can hear.
And Strahd looks back at Irina and says, oh, my love, dancing with you seemed like a dream. And one I must sadly say, wake up from. He goes and kisses her hand and lets her go. Goodbye for now, my dearest Tatiana. And he will go and depart himself.
As Arlen kind of turns to walk after Strahd leaves, and Arlen will turn to walk towards the group, but stop in front of her
Mm-hmm.
and kind of look at her, be like, might reconsider at least showing your mother you're still alive. He says that's all he says. He doesn't wait for a response. He just kind of turns and walks back to his group.
Okay.
Question.
Oh,
Are the bite
that's
marks notable?
You have a high enough color to go in and hide it if you really want to.
Okay.
I mean, that Escher would have tried to hide it. Can.
All right.
So
So-
walks up. He kind of looks between Branford and Kiara.
Redford just gives a look and glances to this one. And then looks back at Arlen and just kind of very, very subtly, incredibly subtly, shake his head.
Hey, yo,
it's-
Irina just teleported across the map.
He teleported and got a name.
Sir?
Hot damn.
And hit points. I'm scared now.
Yo.
That's a new feature.
Yeah, I actually have added her to all of your guys' books.
Oh,
Hey!
Oh, we
Now
can
we can
move her
see
now.
everything.
oh, cool.
Yes, you have the ability to move her now, so I don't have to do it.
Hey, cool.
Hot damn.
I
Oh
love
my
moving
god.
tokens, so this is great.
Oh my god.
I go.
I just picture you guys casually carrying her over your shoulder and then tossing her to someone else.
It's like an action figure.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Get your Irina action figures here. With rapier piercing action. Fully posable and rapier piercing action.
Oh, that's a premium feature.
Love for Strahd not included.
If it's not Blinksky, it's no fun. If it's not Blinksky. Anyway,
You guys got to meet him?
Not yet.
they have not met him yet.
Damn it!
We have not met
Alright.
Jablinski.
I really want this. I want that scene to happen, but they have not met him yet.
Soon.
Soon.
It's very likely.
Anyway. We leaving?
Kind of looks at them all before leading them out.
Loki sounds so far away.
Am I?
Yeah, you sounded
We're
far
far
away
away.
there.
Oh, okay. I'm getting up closer to my mic. I have this habit of sitting back,
Being comfy.
be comfy.
Ah, yes. That's also called shrimping.
If you're leaning back, that's the opposite of shrimping.
Yeah, that's the opposite.
You don't know how he's leaning back. He could be leaning back in like a shrimp position.
That doesn't seem comfortable.
No,
It is
shrimping.
actually.
I don't know how your spine works then.
The same way yours does, Roboy.
What's a spine?
We were constructed differently.
Perhaps.
Anyway.
Your carriage, dear guest. Oh, wait.
Says before kind of opening the door, peering in.
Yeah,
Make
here's
sure
the
it's-
question. Can it fit a centaur?
You're the one drawing the carriage.
That's enough out of here.
Well, you are a medium creature, so yes, it can.
Alright, fair enough.
Lucky.
Medium. All sizes in D&D are a range. Of size.
Yep.
You fit inside this carriage, sir.
And remember, Raven, remember what I told you. And he's gonna give a kiss and blow it.
Raven's gonna nod and just give a warm smile.
One's gonna kind of raise a brow to this exchange. Suddenly very suspicious. Or he's gonna usher everyone into the carriage.
Anastasia is going to.
1 second, I'm
Ooh.
checking real quick here. To
Mhm.
make sure that you can do the thing that you want to do.
Actually, wait. Before we do anything else, I do have my I want my character to interject real quick, actually.
Okay.
Kiria is going to very quietly remind the group that they need to gather their armor.
Oh, you do not need to worry about things. Your armor has already been packed into the carriage,
We have already taken care of that for you.
as well as any of your other belongings that you wish to have left behind.
Ireland's just gonna be like, I've already got it.
Suppose it does indeed pay to be able to be prepared. And he gives a wink.
Waiting for Pingu to
Mm.
search.
Yes. So you guys will take a look in the cart and you find all of your armor. Everything is there. All of it is present. Nothing is missing. And I will go and start sending you guys over.
Before they go.
Oh, you're
uh,
you're on the coach with them.
oh, we're on the coach with them?
Yeah, you guys can be.
Oh, okay, then yeah. Um, I'll be in the coach with them.
Okay. So congratulations,
big
you guys are in
coach.
the coach. Oh yeah, you guys are traveling in style.
I would like to make a note that Kiria is not going to go into the coach if those two are in the coach.
There is a riding thing on the on the side. Like it's a driverless carriage, except that there are horses, undead horses, but horses all the same. So you can.
Oh.
So, Kiria, you do have an option to sit outside if you wish, in the rider's seat.
If Kyria makes it obvious that she's uncomfortable with them being in, Anastasia could sit outside as well if Kyria prefers to stay with her friends.
Let me think about how she'd react. I feel like she wouldn't outwardly be doing too much other than, you know, her usual stiff movements that she's had since she entered this place. But I do think that Mr. Branford, now is the time of the white knuckling on that sleeve.
Right. I feel like Branford would say something along the lines of, "Is no one going to be driving the carriage?"
Oh, there are no need. The horses know where to go.
If it would make you more comfortable, I don't mind. I am experienced with riding after all.
Not that you actually have to do anything.
Exactly, but they don't need to know that.
I just know that Arlen would be
Mm.
see, he hadn't quite picked up yet. He doesn't know anything about what they are. But he would be quite off put by undead horses.
Yes, they are indeed undead
Thank you.
horses. They do
Yes.
not breathe. They do not
Curious?
neigh. They are just
Yes.
black and with sunken, blackened eyes.
And these horses are.
But they
fit
look
to
strong.
be-
Like the muscles are still good and all the other stuff.
They're fit to be used.
Yes. The answer is yes. For the vampires, if since they asked the question.
Yeah. Fresh ends will for your entertainment and granted, I suppose that having at least a couple glass eyes wouldn't hurt, but it's fine. After all, you are very well esteemed guests, and it would be amiss to have you all dirty your beautiful thing.
Koji, you're cutting in and out again.
It'd be a remiss to have you all dirty your beautiful clothing.
Alan's gonna kind of look to them, look at the undead horses, then back to them, then back to the undead horses, and back to them. I assume your lord's safe passage promise is still in effect.
Indeed.
Of course.
He looks to the party. So, being the only one in not so fine regalia, I believe I don't have a vote in this.
I mean, you'd be the only one that's armored to go in protect people on this way on the way back.
That too.
Mr. Investigator, if you would like, you can keep me company to ensure that we don't drive anywhere suspicious. Make sure that we get you directly home. And in case if anything were to happen, having somebody who is fully armed would be able to help protect the carriage.
Indeed.
I feel like Carrie would interject and fact check. And fact check. She's about to interject and fact check because they literally just said not too long ago that the horses knew where to go. So she's going to call that out. She's not. This is danger vibes for this girl. So she's going to go, "My lady, that seems quite unnecessary as our esteemed hosts. You did not tell us that the horses know where to go, did you not?"
Yes, however, it does seem that your company is a bit uneasy. Anything to try and make this as much of an easy ride. Make sure that you know that you are in safe hands. However, if we were not to accompany you, we cannot help you if something were to happen on the road. Thus, Strahd's protection only extends as far as we do.
Couldn't have said it better myself, sister.
And she'll give Escher a nod.
It's like the logic quasi makes sense to him, but at the same time, he has don't split the group vibes in his mind.
Yeah. Tough choices, huh?
He's gonna kind of look at the group and be like, just this look of anything. You guys got anything?
If the horses know where they're going, then why would we need to be accompanied?
As we were able to mention before, though the horses may be able to know where they are going, we are merely here as hosts, the guidance to make sure that everything will go perfectly to plan. Without our presence, so to speak, it would seem to not necessarily be going perfectly.
There are wolves out there, and not to mention some of the common folk you may have known are less trustworthy. We just want to make sure everyone is safe.
And I am more than willing to be able to give you proper company. After all, I believe that I could be able to at least sing you at least a few songs to ease your, well, tired heart. Maybe even allow you to rest ease, if need be, and simply awake you whenever need be. Granted, of course, one of you always remain awake, therefore, perhaps, in case you feel like that I would do something so nefarious, or it would hurt me, so,
Preferably, I'd want you to stop talking.
oh. Very well then.
You will see Anastasia chuckle at that.
Bradford would actually snort a little bit, trying to hold back a chuck. Not Bradford, sorry, Arlen. Yeah, Bradford would chuckle at it. No, Arlen
Internally, yeah.
would. Arlen would like snort a little bit, holding back his chuckle at that. It's the first time he's heard him so abrupt.
That white knuckly has lessened. It's noticeable, sir.
Anastasia, stopping her chuckle, stifling it.
Well, I will go inform to the Lord Strahd that our company is not wanted.
And then she will look over at Brentford and give him a nod, and then over to Kyria. And she will just say, and Papa, I'm doing the thing.
Oh, who are you targeting?
Kyria.
Okay, Kyria, make me a will save.
She will just
Alrighty,
say, after looking at Kyria, she'll just say, quietly or do I have to say it out loud, or is it just like a thought kind of thing?
If you do not have telepathy, you cannot say it as a thought thing. Like it is not the ability that you are doing is not like the like in the TV shows and stuff where it's like, oh, you just do eye movements and then all of a sudden they understand exactly what you're thinking.
Darn, I can't wiggle my eyebrows a lot.
Yes.
Okay.
I feel like I should make it apparent. I think I have by the fact that my character repeatedly is holding onto another character's sleeve, but she's not 10 foot away from Bradford. She's like literally in the same square, just for the sake of like everybody being able to see where she is. I don't have her in the same square as him.
Right.
But she's smack dab next to this guy.
Yes.
Okay. Anastasia, because when she passes by you two to go tell Strahd, like, hey, like they don't want us there, so we're gonna, accept their wishes. Which is just another failed blunder, unfortunately. But whatchamacallit? She'll give a nod to Branford because out of everyone, she's talked to him. And then she will just say to you, which I guess Branford will also hear.
I do believe that it was a bit of an overreaction on your end, dear. And then she will do the thing and walk away.
Yep. So
Okay,
make
let
a
me-
will save.
Yep, saving
Wisdom.
throws back.
Excuse me, a wisdom saving throw, not a will save. A wisdom saving throw. I'm an old man who believes in.
I don't know a William.
All right.
I'm an old man that still does 3.5.
Okay, hold on, let me read something real quick. Oh, okay. I can't do that, never mind. Okay. Wisdom saving throw.
Okay.
Oof.
So, Kiria.
Ah!
As she says those words, they really sink in. And you're like, maybe I did overreact a little bit. I'll send you the same thing I sent Wraith.
Escher will go ahead and step away from the cart. It kind of pains me for you all to be able to state that I should, well, keep my mouth shut. I do hope that you have yourselves a wonderful night, and do be safe.
Boop.
For the time being, I shall keep you at least some sort of company before you all leave and before you are indeed sent away. If you have any questions, I'll be more than glad to be able to have answered.
And boop. And there you go.
I think we've had a good fill of answers for the day.
Splendid. I'm glad that all your questions are indeed answered and quite fulfilled.
Just gonna
There
kind
you
of
go.
wave Irina into the cart.
Irina steps into the cart.
And
And
waits
if-
for the others, always holding the door. Shall we go?
Yes, of course. And looks to Escher. Good evening. And gets in.
Evening to you.
Alrighty. So you guys, I'm assuming everyone else is going into the cart, right?
It can be assumed.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go and move us back to the town of Valaki. And congratulations, you are all dropped off about a half a mile from town.
Didn't even get us to town.
I mean, to be very fair, you know how Valaki feels about Strahd. Actually, you know, they don't care. They would just go and drag this. The horses would just go all the way. So the cart goes all the way to the Blue Water Inn and drops you off. Everyone is screaming and panicking a little bit as they see you guys, or they see the black cart with the undead horses moving through.
I probably
Some
should have asked this
say
before.
the devil's here.
What is this the same cart his manservant came in?
Oh yes, it is. It is indeed the same cart.
Something tells Arlen this is going to be the quietest cart ride he's ever had. But when they arrive, he'll just step out. Kind of give a deep, deep sigh of relief. Because he may not have the experiences of the others, but the pressure in that castle was a lot.
Yeah.
Palpable, even.
Yeah. And I feel like once, everybody's out, I feel like Brentford just kind of waits for the carriage to just drive off and then just kind of deflates a little bit. Having to be so proper for all that time.
So I just thought you would enjoy that.
You would think. I much prefer my studies. And I think is going to look towards Kyria. Because she seems to be relieved? Question mark?
No. If anything, she looks incredibly troubled, probably to the point of tears.
He's gonna kind of raise a brow between them. What happened?
Give me one sec, I gotta ask about a thing.
Yes. Give me a second.
He'd asked that either way because of the way that he was ushered for time to go.
So, with the thing of the tortured man, yeah. So the thing is that
Yeah. I'm not
The-
sure how to apply that to that because that.
so here's the thing: you can still find the act of it reprehensible,
Mm-hmm.
and you can still go and say it's a reprehensible act. However, you can, because you also know, because you said that, is that the person is mentally unstable. That it's maybe I shouldn't have overreacted as bad as I did, but you can say it. It's being wishy-washy, but it's also still saying this was a reprehensible act. Does that make sense?
I mean, it's reprehensible, but you don't find it
Kind of.
wrong.
No,
But-
it's not that you still know that it's wrong. It's just that it's like you're not able to.
Oh.
You have like or it's not that you're not able to. It's just that you are. You think that maybe your initial reaction was a little bit of an overreaction.
So I'm sorry, I didn't really know how to word it. And like I guess I was trying to get at, like maybe they're not that bad kind of situation. But
Yeah.
obviously the act itself is very bad.
Yes. So the way I would go in, the way I would look at it, based on what was actually said, is that
Yeah, I'm going
what-
based on what was said, which was perhaps you're overreacting.
Yeah.
There was nothing extra added to it for context, so
No,
I have
know.
to work with it at face value. So that's where the rub comes in, because my character has shown throughout the character like development segments that they are a very opinionated and strong-willed person. Like they literally took the judgment from Arlen and Raven to gather people's body parts and give them a proper burial instead of the entire party going ew. So
Right.
I don't know how that would work with a character with such a strong conviction? Question
Right.
mark?
So
I feel like she's just gonna be internally struggling and not capable of really replying.
yeah, you could go and internally struggle with it, and yeah, that would probably be a really uh, good way to go about it.
Because I feel like this character is going to know there's something wrong with how she's thinking, though, because that's not how she normally thinks.
Yeah.
She's going to be like really disgusted with herself because she had that, that thought is in her head of I overreacted, and then the rest of her is going, no, they literally cut someone's arm off, and we're drinking his blood, and
You
she
were
was
not drinking
smiling
his
about
blood.
it. No. They were.
Yes.
Yes.
I just wanted to make that clear. You were not drinking their blood.
No. Yeah, no. I know. I'm making the distinction that the vampires were drinking his blood.
Yes.
Yes. Like, Kiria sat here with a little bit more insight than the rest of the party.
Mhm.
So yeah, no, that's where the rub lies, because like on one hand, we've seen there are characters that she will like 100% just be like, this all happened.
Yep.
But yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to follow the rules of charm, but also not compromise my entire character in doing so, because it wouldn't make sense? Question mark? If
Right.
that makes sense.
Yeah.
Because
So
like it's my understanding of charm from like the rules, and again the vampire charm, is that you consider them like a good friend, and if they
yes.
hurt somebody, it's like a friend that's awkwardly, kind of like at odds, or angry with your
Yeah.
current friends. But
Yeah.
it's not like dominate or anything like that, which is where I'm like, you can't see it, but I'm wiggling my hands around.
Yeah, I know. So yeah, the with charm, it's you're trying to go and see the best in them. So you may go and say, well, they are like they were very nice and attentive to us. Sure, there was this thing, and I really didn't like that. And Valenta is a psychotic bitch, and I don't like her at all. But Anastasia seemed nice, kind of deal. That's one way you could go about it. But with what you said is that this seems to go and be like normal. Is what it basically boils down to. Is that maybe this is just normal. And this might be normal in Barovia. You don't know. Which, to go and be really honest, is normal in Barovia. But
yeah, no, my character doesn't know that.
yes.
No, I think the best way to go forward, at least for now, so that we're not like hung up for 15, 20, whatever minutes
Right.
on me trying to figure out how charm works.
Mhm.
Kiria's just gonna start crying. That's
Yep.
it, gang. Kiria's crying.
Got it.
Congratulations, she's crying.
I feel really bad now.
You did this. You.
I'm gonna transfer
she's
you
gonna
guys to
cry
the.
anyway. She literally saw somebody get their hand chopped off.
Yeah, and off screen, it was a lot worse.
Oh yeah.
And let's see, we're going to go to the Blue Water Inn now, to that map, so you guys can go and chill wherever you want to go and be. If you want to drink yourselves silly, by all means.
Arlen's still kind of standing there,
And
looking at them, waiting for any kind of answer to his question.
you're right. Irina, however, is going to go and hug Kyria and let all of Kyria's tears stain her dress. She doesn't know what else to really go and do, but that's what she's going to do.
Yeah, I feel like Branford's just kind of he doesn't really know exactly how to respond to any of this, so he just is standing somewhat close, but like not interjecting, just sort of a feels bad man kind of stance.
Arlen's just gonna kind of look at Kyria breaking down, Irina hugging her. Branford kind of feels bad man stance. He's just gonna have this look of extreme confusion. Would anybody like to fill me in?
I don't exactly know what happened either. Kyria here was very shocked about something, and as she was running outside to come and tell me, we both heard a scream coming from down below. I assumed it had something to do with that, but as to what, I'm unsure. The one in the red hood said something about torturing a criminal.
He's gonna kind of raise his brow. You can understand how if that would be mortifying to people who aren't used to it. But if all it was a scream, that in his mind that doesn't seem like enough. He kind of looks over, looks at Raven. What did you perceive? Everyone left me alone. It was pretty calm in there. Seems like everything happened outside.
Raven tilts his head. Well, I went to go talk when I left to go talk when I left the room with Esther. I ran to Kira and Branford that were coming from outside, and they seemed okay. Ish. So I don't know what the situation was before that.
Kind of tilts his head. And what did the more uppity one mean by remember?
Oh, I agreed to actually join in one of his plays later.
You're actually going to do that.
Yeah. Well, Esther seemed like a really nice guy. He was actually very friendly. And he's a great dancer, as you might all saw.
Arlen just kind of puts his finger and his thumb on the bridge of his nose and just rubs.
Well, compared to Mr. Footwork over here, gesturing to Arlen, he seems quite shabby.
That comment that comment immediately makes Arlen move his hand from the bridge of his nose to a finger in the air in front of him. You saw nothing.
Regardless,
All he wanna do is.
something was not right there.
I can agree. The girl from the village also seemed a bit out of sorts.
Hmm. Perhaps we all just need to go in and sit down for a moment and collect ourselves.
Aye.
It'll probably be for the best.
And just kind of notions to Kyria and Arena. Are you two going to be alright?
She looks at Kyria and then looks back at you. I don't know.
Kyria?
Oops. I feel like Carrie would kind of like she'd cry a little bit longer before, you know, trying to push, not really push so much as like disengage from Irina.
Okay.
And she'd look between, you know, Irina and Branford, and it's like she's trying to say something, but then she just stops and brings her hands up to her face and just starts crying again.
Yeah, come on. Let's get you inside. And just kind of ushers her inside and just tries to get her to sit down or something.
Okay. So I'm assuming everyone goes inside.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You see Danica, the place is packed, but you have your thing over here, and Rictavio is telling tales still of different things. This time, they're more macabre, like things he has seen on his travels, such as a two-headed billy goat and a child who would transform into a weir bunny or a weir rabbit and could jump a mile long and had big teeth just like this. So, and of course, that gets a lot of hoots and hollers from the common folk around. And Danica sees you all and says, "What can I get you?"
Water.
There's a well in front.
Nothing preferred right now. Thank you.
Of course, my lord.
Maybe a bite.
What would you like?
Just whatever's available.
She goes into the kitchen and then comes back with a lump of bread, some stale bread, and a excuse me, not stale bread, a some bread and cheese with a little bit of meat sliced up.
Salted meat.
Yeah, salted meat.
Yes. My favorite. Says he just
Yes.
starts. As he before he starts eating though, you see him kind of reach into his sleeves, and he pulls out 4 of the terracotta cards and sets them down on the table. His little hidden stash just in case. It's the Mist, the Dark Lord, the Broken One, and the Avenger.
Right.
And he'll just grab a piece of meat and bread, and start eating.
Mhm.
Famished. He was hungry.
All right. So what's everyone else doing?
Raven is just gonna ask for some ale.
Okay. And you get a thing of ale. Kyria,
Yes.
what are you doing?
Probably still crying.
Okay. Irina's gonna try to do her best to go and comfort you. It's like, it'll be okay. I don't know what's wrong, but it'll be okay. And let's go with Brentford. What are you up to?
That's a good question. I don't know, just kind of concernedly, like, just looking at Kyria, not really sure what to do. And I guess just, very quickly going over, and we only paid for like the one night for the inn, right?
That is correct. You guys only paid for one night so far.
So we should probably pay for another. Flop down. Enough for Brantford and Kyria since she covered last time. So that would be how many gold?
That would be 1 gold a person.
Yeah, if you want the meal with it.
How much for? Yeah, fuck it. Go for it. So, okay. Yeah, put that down. For the night.
Okay.
Just, go back to the table and just. I don't know. He's kind of beside himself because he doesn't exactly know how to handle this situation. He doesn't know what to say or how to get or to say what she needs to.
All right.
Could you possibly write it out? Get it in pictures, maybe? Seem to be caught up on words, but maybe some sort of depiction.
Yeah, is just going to, continue to cry as she has been, but she'll just nod and kind of rub at her face.
Zarlin kind of finishes food. Still not fully knowing what went on. He's just gonna kind of like look at them and go, Perhaps we should sleep. We can pick up the Tavern Master's quest in the meantime, kind of get our minds off what happened tonight.
Perhaps.
I tend to find that doing some work takes your mind off the darker things.
All right.
Raven finishes his ale and pays for his night and Ivy's night.
Okay. So, Irina will go and, unless there's going to be some that picture drawing. Is there going to be picture drawing, Kyria, or?
Very likely if they do get her stuff.
I mean, you have all your stuff.
Yeah, all stuff is there.
Yeah, your stuff is here. All your stuff is here.
Oh, okay. Okay, then yes, I suppose so, yes.
Okay. Alrighty. Go ahead and describe what you're showing the party as a picture.
Oh boy. Well, considering Kyria's one of her many hobbies is well, this exactly. She will very likely do a pretty damn good charcoal rendition of unfortunately what was in the kitchen and dangled over that cauldron, along with like a kind of like from memory shot of what was her name? Volenta.
Volenta.
Yeah, this is one of this is something that she cannot really, get out of her mind right now. So this kind of cathartic drawing it, even though it's disturbing.
Macabre.
Not even. That's just straight up disturbing.
Oh yeah, I know.
But she'll go through it very quickly. It's mostly a gesture sketch at first. Her hands are very shaky. Like she's shaking like a little leaf there. Not saying anything, very focused. Her brows are furrowed. You could tell there's something like she's very upset as she's drawing this. Like she's very, very upset as she is drawing this. And then like the more time she spends on it, the more the details get fleshed out, and like you see the hand that was removed from the guy. Probably was it discarded or did she pick it up? I never heard you say she picked it up. So was it on the ground?
It fell in the vat.
Okay, so probably like a finger, just like sticking out of the vat. Just a detail. But yeah, her expression is going to be incredibly disturbed. Like she looks like she's about to throw up, kind of like upset, disturbed. Like this is very upsetting for her. And then like she stops. She puts down her charcoal. She looks at her hands, all covered in charcoal dust, and then just very carefully plops the paper down, or the parchment down for the party.
So she makes it visible.
Yes, it is visible. It is Kyria's usual work, which is not shabby at all, actually. You can definitely tell she's probably wanting to be an arts kid.
I was gonna peek down and be like, oh, this is what you saw?
She's gonna nod.
Strahd did say thieves lose their hands. Was this all you saw?
She's gonna shake her head.
What else?
She's going to just reach for the charcoal, and she's not even going to like lift the parchment up or bring it close to herself like she normally does when she's drawing and trying to like focus. She's just gonna draw a wine bottle.
Gonna raise a brow.
She's gonna tap on the wine bottle and then tap on the drawing of the man.
Drink.
This is why I didn't consume anything.
They were consuming blood.
You're just gonna watch her nod.
Would Arlen be able to put one and one together?
Make a religion check.
I would also like to do this.
Make a religion check.
Ten.
Since my preferred
Enemy
Corey.
is
Yes,
undead. You
undead.
can make that a religion check as well.
Lovely. Alright, oh, religion is not my check mark. Where is it? Religion.
Like how Branford has a higher religion than I do.
I mean, she's just shaken. I think that's
Yeah.
taken-
Yeah.
Yeah, no, she's pretty much
Kiera
traumatized.
is just confused. She was
He's
told
just
it
focused
wasn't
on the blood.
Traumatized little baby.
traumatized and confused because of the way she's feeling and the way that her trusted friend is telling her it's not that big of a deal. Arlen, though, is able to piece things together and has a sneaking suspicion of what they are. You know, there is one more thing you can do, Arlen, to go and confirm the pieces.
Oh, Arlen's. I'm trying to think now.
Yes, I'm trying to give you this as noir style. The information as noir style as I can because you're an investigator.
Yeah. Arlen's gonna kind of think for a moment. Blood. The young village girl. The strange aura and presence, the undead horses. He's just you can see him just mulling over it in his head. It's almost visibly you can see the cogs turning.
And the smoke, but let's not worry about that.
Yeah, don't think about the smoke. He's gonna just kind of brain. You're asking for a lot of brain power this late at night. He's gonna jeez. He's gonna look at them and be like, did any of you feel anything strange? Like something in your head?
At one moment, yes.
Kiria's gonna smack both of her hands down on the table.
He's gonna kind of not jump, but his eye is gonna immediately look to Kira when she does that. As if what? Asking what?
She's gonna nod. and then like pick up the paper and start to like crumble it and then stop and put it down on the table and then pat it a couple of times.
Cat looks around at the other patrons in the tavern before looking back. I have a suspicion. But it seems... I'm not sure if it's safe to speak here. Okay. Looks at Raven. You said you were alone before?
Alone. We mean specifically.
With one of them.
Yeah, Ezra.
Do you remember everything that happened then? Hmm? He kind of tilts his head.
Not everything. I just remember him. It's. I don't think how like.
We changed back into like, no, we haven't. We just went straight from the carriage into here.
Yep, you haven't changed yet. So out of character, you did make the check. I'm just trying to let you guys roleplay it out.
Yeah, I know. I understand that. I'm trying
figure
to
out-
pull more pieces to make it sound more legit without breaking out of character to in character.
Mhm.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to figure out how much I would like talk about what Ezra talked to me about and everything about.
I'm under the assumption he charmed Raven to not remember the bite. Out of character wise. I was gonna and then go kind of lean in closer to Bradford and Kira. And of course Irina, if she's still there.
Mm-hmm.
This
Yeah.
isn't confirmed, but all the little clues are pointing towards vampirism. It would also explain the village girl and her odd infatuation. He says he kind of leans back. Tries to say it in a low enough tone that it's kind of enough that only they can hear, and that maybe the storyteller speaks over them.
All right. Yep. You guys are just poring over this picture, and you're all whispering to one another. As the dark realization happens. Strahd. And all of them are vampires.
Arlen, when he leans back, he goes, "It's just too many pieces flow into that. Even some of Strahd's answers seemed a bit off. His age, for one, is an easy one.
Off? He told the truth on every single one of them.
No, I mean off in the way of his mind as not being normal and being more into leaning into his idea, his conclusion. That's what I was meaning by off. Not as an off as in he was lying or trying to deceive. In a sense, in his mind, it was more suspicious he was too forthright than honest. You know what I mean? He's just gonna sit there and kind of look at them for reactions.
I feel like
think?
Brentford is just taken aback. Lord of this realm, a vampire.
It's not unheard of. Near my neck of the woods, there was a place called Thay. Not sure if you've heard of it.
Sounds somewhat familiar.
It's a kingdom ruled by liches.
Necromancy.
Undead being kings and lords. It's not unheard of. At least the ones that can either be powerful enough or pass as human enough. But the things that got to me the most was him speaking how this land is him. And we can only leave with his permission.
He holds power over this land, more so than just jurisdiction.
Aye. Power that probably even the Lich Lords of Thay would die for. Again, he says, seeing how odd it was for him to say die for when he's talking about liches.
Okay.
He kind of takes another piece of cheese and plops it in his mouth.
Interesting. This is all interesting. And I like how you're bringing in knowledge of Thay and all this other stuff. I really am enjoying this.
Well, he's from a kingdom like right outside of it, so
Yeah.
he would have perfect knowledge of it.
Yeah. Well, I would say near perfect.
Well, yeah. For what information can get out of Thay.
Yes. What information does get out of Thay? He probably has like a pretty good idea.
Just gonna sit there and chew on the cheese while everyone mulls that over. So he assumed it was a lot to take in.
Irina looks up at everyone and is truly afraid. Will I become one of those? She whispers. To the group before.
Wait.
Yes.
This is Brentford in character.
Mhm.
The woman with the Vistani. Did she not speak of something relating to Strahd? Multiple things even. No? There's something there, no?
Kind of thinks for a minute. I remember something about they have a deal.
Yes, but the fortune, the cards, and he gestures to the table. They're reading.
Yarlin pull out the rest of his terracotta deck and kind of flip through the cards, trying to remember exactly which ones were brought out.
Did you not talk about a book?
It was a book, yes. Shit, but not for reading. That was between me and Strahd. He says kind of questionably. You see him pop out the lizard, the Avenger, the 101, Executioner, and Templar. Set up on the table. I think this one, he says, he points to Avenger, probably is the closest. Due to the decorations I remember in Strahd's castle. What was her? What did she say? He says as he kind of taps on the table with his finger on the card. Something about a dragon's house. Clean, pans once clean, now corrupt. Is that what you mean?
I'm not sure. Just a lot of information happening all at once. It's just I can't make sense of it right now.
It's a moment pondering the others.
Is Kyria still crying?
Not as much. There's only occasional moments where she'll stop and like her eyes will water up. She definitely still appears distraught while she's staring down at that paper.
Okay. So who can remember what was said?
Me cross-referencing the information.
Alrighty. Ooh, nice intelligence check there. What's with all these high rolls there here, Arlen?
Oh,
Roll 20 blessing you today. What would you like to remember?
he's gonna try to remember as many of the card readings as he can.
Sure. With that, I will actually give you most of them in here. And I will actually even give them to you myself. Do, 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 do.
Actually, I think we got it in our chat.
We do, but I'm gonna I'm gonna say it off again for everybody who's listening.
I did just
Fair.
read it.
I appreciate that. So the first card was the wizard. Look for a tower on a lake. Let the wizard's name and servant guide you to what you seek. The lost hope lie in the Avenger. The lost hope lies in a dragon's house, in hands once clean, but now corrupt. The hooded one. I see a faceless god. He awaits you at the end of a long and winding road, deep in the mountains. The executioner. Find a woman who's more than the sum of her parts. And then the last one, the tempter. A vault of temptation hidden behind a woman of great beauty. The evil awaits atop his tower of treasure. And thank you for the hydrate. Hydrate!
That means everybody has to hydrate.
Yep.
Only dehydrate at this point.
Look, if I die, I'm gonna die the way I lived, recklessly.
And
Honestly,
hydrate.
that roll is more for me, so I don't like overly do it. So I'll do random rolls to see kind of decide for a character.
Right.
But he basically thinking about it for a little bit. He ends up revisioning the whole speech
Yes.
in his mind. And he goes. He points to the wizard. This one. Look for a tower. The wizard's name and servant. Let the wizard's name and servant guide you to what you seek. I have a feeling that might be a clue to our book that Mr. Strahd wanted so badly. That book, since he wants it so badly, might be a key to something.
We're off to see the wizard.
As he kind of looks at the others. Right now, that might be our best clue as to what we're fully facing.
So we have to find a tower then.
Nods. The tower on the lake.
Yes. A tower on a lake.
Looks at them and shrugs. Best place to find out information, right? An inn. He looks over at the barkeep. Do you know of any towers on the lake?
Yeah. Well, let me think about that for a second. You know, my memory is a little hazy. Maybe you could go and And she goes and holds up her palm. Help me grease it up a little.
Marks as he reaches into his pocket and pulls out a gold and flicks it to her.
She snatches it and takes a bite out of it and pockets it. You could go. There's a couple of lakes around the area. There's obviously Lake Zarevich that's nearby, but I don't remember a tower being over there. There is Lake Baratok, and then there is Luna Lake. You could try one of those.
You find
Baratok's to the west, and Luna Lake is to the south. Far
Done
south.
enough. He nods and thanks. Before I look at them, we have our bearings. Now, which do we choose? If I remember right, we killed two birds with one stone. The quest for this tavern keep is in the west as well. I vaguely remember him talking about a lake before we turn off onto another path.
Yep.
Could be the lake we're looking for.
Couldn't hurt.
Yep.
Yeah. I
Very-
say we go there. Move.
What do you say? He says, trying to get her out of this circle as he puts his hand over the picture.
Well, that's going to cause Kyria to glance up slowly. She's gonna motion with one hand and kind of quietly struggle with her words. Let me actually do a thing real quick. Eye rolling this for B. My little dumb dummy. What you got, girl? What can you? She's too upset. She's too upset to remember everything. Okay.
Bird moment.
Bird moment. She's just gonna mumble quietly and just be like, I guess this is okay. I guess. That's it. She's just gonna just say I guess over and over again before just growing quiet and then shaking her head and like gently putting her hand up to like her temples.
I kind of lean towards her. If my assumption is correct about what we're dealing with, what you saw here, he says, and he points to the picture she drew, is only the tip of the iceberg. You need to ready yourself.
She's gonna put her hand down on the picture and kind of crumble it up a little before looking up at him with a very sharp glare.
Things of the dark. They can be creative. He says as he kind of leans back.
I think at this point, Carrie is going to let go of the parchment that she's crumbled up.
Okay. It drops to the floor. It is also late.
It is. If I may have one last thing.
Sure.
Brentford just lets out a sigh and gently puts a hand on Kirya's shoulder and gives it a pat and looks to everybody and says, I believe we all need some rest.
Bye.
You're not gonna hear. You're not gonna hear any protests from Kyria.
Good to hear on that one.
Arlen's gonna gather up his terracotta cards and return them to this little pouch.
Okay.
Kyria's gonna lean down and pick up the the parchment that she had dropped to the floor. She does not want to leave that there.
Right. I can understand that. So,
Stand and kind of look down at them as they're sitting for a moment.
Mhm.
You could tell he wants, in his weird way, to comfort Kira, but he doesn't know how. Like, his little warning was about the best he could do before he turned and walked up to his room. Up to his room.
okay. All right. And now, as everyone retires for the evening,
Before that, I'm sorry.
Sure.
One thing.
one more thing. Okay.
One more
One
thing.
more!
Just one more thing.
Because of this pat, thank you, sir. Kyria is going to just like very, very slowly like look over there and just quietly mumble, I don't think I can guard her tonight.
Brentford nods and looks to Arena.
Mhm.
You do not mind sharing a room tonight, do you?
No. I'm fine with that.
He nods. Very well.
Okay.
It's out of character, but sleepover!
Yep. All right, so you guys retire and crash for the night. Let's see. Raven,
Yeah.
you dream your good dreams yet again. They are fantastic and marvelous, and fill you with such joy. I dare say you look forward to sleeping every single night now.
That when I wake up, I'm gonna want a pie.
Sounds like the beginning of a fucking nightmare.
Yep, that is the beginning of a nightmare.
Dream of me.
So what kind of dream do you have?
I'm sitting at a bar, sipping some nice, exquisite wine. Red, I might add you.
Okay.
When enters this dashing gentleman,
Okay.
he catches my eye right away. and so do I to him. He comes over and tells the pianist to play a nice tune to dance to. And this gentleman, quite dancing, whose name happens to be Escher, holds out his hand and invites me for a dance. I put my wine down, take his hand, and we dance. And we dance the night away.
Okay. Exciting. Kiera.
Yeah.
Kiria.
I-
You
uh,
you dream.
okay.
You dream that you're in a forest. And you are wandering through it. And you see in a pool of water that you look like you are a child yet again. And when you look up from the pool of water, you notice that it's a lake and there's a tower. And then there is the song that you knew that you can only hum being sung. Being sung. You chase after it, and you're now at a windmill. And there's a set of standing stones. And there you see that song being sung by looks like worshippers of some kind, and an offering of pelts to this stone. And a blessing occurs, and when they put on the pelt, they change shape. You witness this as they turn to look at you, as the thing that sings the song looks upon you, and you awaken. In cold sweat, with Branford on the floor, and Irina in the other bed. You're back in your room. A prophetic dream, perhaps.
Feel like Kiria's gonna get her. Feel like Kiria's gonna get her. At least grab the crumpled up parchment and flip it over. And even though she can't really see everything, she's writing down as best she can what just happened.
Okay.
I also would like to state that before she went to sleep, she did give Bradford a parchment. Sir, you're now in possession of the parchment. Enjoy.
You have the curse drawing now.
No, he doesn't have the cursed drawing. It is a different parchment. It was the one that was made during the Vistani camp thing.
Yes.
Yeah. She's got two parchments. One has a picture of Irina on it, one has a picture of Bramford on it.
Mm.
It's all her like notes.
Which I'll give you. You finally get those.
Cool.
Yay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And with that, I think we will call the session.
Woo.
All right.
Yay.
So, I want to say again, thank you so much, guest stars, Clyer and Koji. Thank you so much for coming and playing some of these roles and taking some heavy weights off my shoulders.
Thank you so much for having me and for having us.
You guys did such a great job.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you two nailed it.
You did fantastic.
Very good.
So many times I wanted to yell. Stop it! Ah!
It was a lot of fun.
Beautiful. I absolutely enjoyed it. Hope that we could be able to soon, or maybe even later, do this again.
Yes, there may be a chance to do this again. Bum, bum,
Either that,
bum.
or either that, or Escher's dead.
All of a sudden, we just see Escher on a pike outside Ravenloft.
I'm gonna say Family Guy death pose.
Family Guy T-pose death pose, yes.
No, Esther, no.
But yes, it was.
Bradford will still yell at him to shut up.
I was muted, but I was dying at that.
Oh god, yes. All right, so let's go and start with Floki. Where can people find you, and what are your hopes for next session?
People can find me on both Twitter and Twitch at Floki_VT. And post for next session, just more of this development. It's getting really good. It's nice to like be able to flex a little bit of the investigator in there, and to see like the development of Kiri as she gets her eyes rudely awakened to the darkness.
Yes.
And yeah, everyone. It was all really fun. I love the character development. It's like the best part.
So, speaking of Kiria, Pilla, what's our favorite bird got for our word, and where can people find you?
People can find me on Twitch, twitch.tv/Pillabird. I had fun. I did not expect Kyria to get charmed. I thought my like based wisdom score would help me, but no, it did not. It did not.
Nope.
I enjoyed the like the character interactions like always. Very fun, very good. It's nice having to play Kyria kind of as I had originally intended her to be. It's like a little marshmallow character that isn't entirely wise to the ways of the world yet in terms of the like dark, seedy underbelly of things. Though hilariously, her chosen quarry is undead, so it's not like this is something new to her. So it's fun juxtaposing those things. I'm looking forward to more character interactions next week, honestly. That's like my bread and butter. So yeah,
Okay.
that's really all I gotta say.
Dingle, the man in space, or robot in space.
Spaceman.
Spacebot.
I can be found at Dingleinspace VT both on Twitter and Twitch. And my favorite part, my favorite part was we got to see Stradvan and Selovich in full force.
Mhm.
I think it was really great. Just him being absolutely cringe, being like, "Yes, you ordered mine." And it's like, dude.
She's
She
just
has
not into
autonomy.
you. She's just
She
not
has
into
her own
you.
autonomy, man. Come on, drop it. But yeah. And what I'm looking forward to next session, Wizard Tower, Wizard Tower.
Alrighty. Raven.
Oop.
Oh, We lost Raven.
He's dead.
He's dead, Jim. He ate too much pie. That's what happens when he eats too much pie. So we'll go in.
He's in his fugue state. In his
Yes.
dream fugue state.
Yep. So we'll go and pop over him and save him for last. Koji.
Now I go over to Claire.
Okay.
Huh?
Claire.
You can find me over at Clyrekitsune on Twitch and Twitter. I don't really do a lot on Twitter though. Besides that,
You just post a lot of Unsazo things. And keep
No,
telling yourself you're Sazo.
I'm absolutely say so. 100%.
I'm joking. I am joking.
Totally wholesome vibes and only say so-ness. That is the only thing ever.
Except for your chat.
No, and I guess what was it? My favorite part about this session? Because
Sure. Your favorite
I
parts
like-
for your section. for the session, yes.
Oh, I think that it was all great. I really do. Like, I love the way that the party interacts with themselves, and like, I don't know. I really like it. I really like the dynamic that you all have.
Alrighty. Now back to Koji. You don't get to escape. Where can people find you?
Well, that's the thing there, ye degenerates. You can always find me on twitch.tv/KojiKetsumariVT. That's right. I'm the hated VTuber. What do you know about it? Not really hated, I don't know. But anyways, you can also find me on the Twitter of KojiKetsumari. And, well, you'll be able to see me posting on there all sorts of weird things. Maybe even some weird type of comments. Maybe even some cringy things. Who knows? But definitely a memester at heart. But I always love all of you.
Okay.
What I expect and what I enjoyed about this session is indeed, I agree with Clear, it's the entire character interactions. And of course, the slow, drawn out, having to figure out what the hell is going on here. But it's all fun. I enjoyed it. After all, as a fellow DM, I live for the ship.
Alrighty. So, as Raven is not back yet, you guys can go and find Raven at Morningstar VT on his Twitch or Twitter. And then, of course, there's me, Papa Penguin. If you're already here, so you already know what my Twitch is. If you want to see Penguin action as well as whatever my random thoughts on D&D or anything else, you can go and check out my Twitter at PapapenguinV.
Papa is once.
So, yes?
Sorry, I was just gonna say Raven says that that he's in chat form, and beating the dead horse was the character's interaction.
Yes. Okay.
Trying to have
All
a
right.
dog licking my elbow. Why?
Alright, so let's go find someone to go and raid. Let's see.
Eeny, meeny, miny, this person.
Yep, this person.
Y'all have fun with that. I am gonna be here for the raid in chat form, but I
Okay.
need to go lay down. It is late and I'm tired. I worked
Yes.
over 10 hours today. I gotta
Ooh.
rest.
Yes, go
Get some
rest.
rest.
Yes, 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 yes. Go sleep.
Good night.
Good session.
Have a good night.
Yeah.
Farewell.
Have a good night. Alright, so we're gonna go and raid.
Hey, there's Raven.
Hey, Raven. We're gonna be doing a raid. Alright. And all the
No, I'm back at the very end.
Yep, at the very end. So we're gonna go and raid a penguin VTuber. Why? Because they're a penguin.
Oh,
Perfect reason.
You have to be able to watch over your little penguinlings, you know.
Yep.
Penguinlings, you know.
So we're going to be doing that penguin family raid.
Heck, yes.
Yes. So if
Granted,
you.
I am not a penguin, I'm an ant.
Mhm. And thank you, Duck, for staying around for it. I appreciate every single one of you. And yes, I hope every single one of you have a fantastic night, day, and catch y'all on the flip side. And watch out for seals. And if you
And we're
don't
still
have, we're still streaming. But yes, I'm going to be doing that raid right now. There's the Penguin Family raid, and thank you, Raven, for more hydrates. So if you have access to the emotes, go ahead and spam those emotes. Otherwise, you can spam Penguin Family Raid in chat. All right. Have a wonderful night. Bye.
Bye.
Do-do.
do 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 do.